How many times is that gonna happen this week? Alright. Man, all that energy that I bring to the table, or that I brought to the table, and it's just not even there. Bro, such a rip. Anybody remember what kind of monster Jemire is? Alright, well, Andrew, I said, Andrew Blade, yeah. Yeah, see, it's all gone now, guys. It's all gone. It's just all gone. Andrew Gore, aka Bladez, drop in the member chat. Member for 1 year. Thank you very much, man. Really appreciate you being a member for 1 year. Saying meow. And then, what's up, guys? How's everybody doing? That's like 2 or 3 out of the last 4 streams, I think. What up, Stug? How you doing, man? Oh, Rob, that's so awesome to hear, man. Seriously, that is so awesome to hear. You're very welcome, man, and that's just like really great to hear. Honestly, Wojo, I think you'll do pretty well with a turn 2 build. I think I've told you before, like, there were a couple of builds I thought you were stretching yourself with, so I don't know if I agree with them nerfing CC monsters left and right, but I definitely get the frustration, man. I so get the frustration. So get the frustration. Evu dropping the member chat saying happy live stream, everyone. Evu, thank you very much for being a member for 6 months, man. Really appreciate it. Dude, 300 speed is pretty legit. Not gonna lie, that's like super legit. Okay, this Jemire is definitely not tuned correctly. Will he live? Won't live. Can I do this for monster, especially with an untuned Jemire? Yeah, see, it's a perspective thing because I feel like CC is just really boring. I absolutely just, yeah. I mean, I feel like there's no gameplay, so it's all just a perspective thing. Evo, definitely enjoying it, man. The time it takes is a challenge. Like, not gonna lie, the time it takes is a big challenge, but really, I love the tourney level play. Like, I love the new guild content. I don't know yet. I think it's a little, oh, rip. Pontus didn't get a turn. Does he resist? He does not resist. I lose this, yeah. Okay. Let's drop the Poseidon for something a little bit tankier. Charlotte have runes? Charlotte might have runes. Not tankier, but better attribute at least. Charlotte does not have runes. First of all, Chow doesn't... Yeah. That just... that's a monster that I would then have to go Rune, and that takes forever. Main thing is it just takes forever. Yeah, that just takes forever. This would be much faster if I hadn't if I had runes on everybody. Also, that's the other thing. Yeah, it's too many of my runes are spread out. Where's Charlotte? Thank you, Rob. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, so Evu, my biggest question about the new guild content stuff right now is what's going to happen with like profile rankings for Guild War. I think on the whole it looks interesting. The 1 hour time frame thing, I'm not convinced with that. Even when you can schedule yourselves for an hour, I'm not completely convinced that that's going to be convenient for guilds. So I wonder what that'll mean for like profile ranks and stuff like that. But on the whole, I like the fact that they're doing new stuff. Some of it looks like it could be interesting. So, it's just some of these big changes, you really just have to see how they're gonna play out. Like, it's hard to know this far in advance if it's gonna, look at an inner server battle. Inner server battle didn't seem like it was gonna be anything crazy, and it became an amazing part of the game. 2v2 World Arena seemed like it was going to be an amazing part of the game, and it just never quite worked out. So I feel like with these big changes, we need to see how it's going to play out. That's the main thing. Dude, is my... Oh, I didn't use Ponthos's. That was smart. Yeah, I'm not paying attention. But see, I would argue that the existing content is still good. The issue with the issue is more of... No, I feel like the existing content is good. There's RNG issues, balance issues, but the content we have is pretty good. Siege, okay, I agree. Siege needs fixing. We also need more Siege. I have a whole video planned. I haven't been doing videos lately. Between the vacation and then getting COVID, I haven't done videos lately. I have 4 recorded that I have to edit. I'm hoping later this month I'm going to start getting caught up on videos because I've mapped a bunch of videos. I literally have a bunch of videos that are like all mapped out, and they're just not done yet, but they will be soon. I think 2 of these units have moved. No, Stug, that was a mispost. Today is reapps for Bladez. We did a member support stream was on Tuesday. Members help stream was on Tuesday, and then when I connected OBS to YouTube, it connected to the last stream and just like recreated it. But that's why we had the restart there, because I had to connect to the right stream. Evo, honestly, there's a level of burnout, and to me what it kind of sounds like, a lot of us all have lot of us all have that burnout phase at times, and you'll just kind of lose interest and you'll back out, and then all of a sudden something will just re-engage you. This has happened to me a bunch of times. Like, probably shouldn't admit it, like live stream YouTube and all that, but I don't think it's a big secret either. If there's a bad balance patch, or if I'm just getting frustrated with RNG, or if the game's just been stagnating for a little bit, yeah, a lot of times I'll start to hit a phase of burnout, and then like something new will come up and it'll re-engage me. So, for example, right before I went to APOC, I was definitely in that burnout stage where I was just like, I was barely farming, I wasn't really into the game that much, I wasn't doing much, and then I went to APOC and started doing the tourney level Siege Guild, and that got me back into the game, but it got me into the game in a lot of ways, because in order to compete at tourney level, I needed a lot more mana, which got me to start farming again. So yeah, it's just that burnout thing, man. It happens to all of us. Like, you hit these phases where you're not progressing, or you're just bored, or whatever, and then something comes up and just re-engages you. Yeah, so as Rob caught, I showed her too many times because of the labyrinth thing. I wasn't planning on showing her until I actually went into RTA. So Rob caught it. I pulled a new LD5 a couple of days ago, which she's actually like a legit premium LD5, but oh man, every freaking LD5 I pull is either garbage or it's designed for turn 1 comps. It's just a rip. I don't want to do turn 1 comps. That wasn't bad, since I'm pretty sure the Iris was unruined and the round has like 50 something crit rate. I actually don't know which replay if you're in, and I don't even know if that would still be in there, because I've done a fair number of wings. I climbed up to G2 yesterday. The irony is, I think I only drafted her once in the climb. Oh yeah, that replay is gone, bro. That replay is gone. Okay, so I drafted her here, and this one actually won, so we can do this replay. Yeah, that was like my second match with her. So the day I drafted her, I forced her into basically every wing, trying to figure out how she fit. She's had a pretty good win rate. I mean, but it's just kind of, she changes the structure of everything for me. If I want to really use her, she changes the structure of everything for me, and she changes it into a game that I don't really enjoy as much, because I have to play much more aggressive turn 1 to use her. Yeah, Nikki's the new one. I also still have not built her properly. Like, I literally did a 20-second, yeah, thank you, Rob. Thank you, Eva. I literally did a 20-second build on her because I have a few other monsters that need to be retuned in RTA. So I'm not sure exactly where she's going to be tuned yet, but she's on an inventory build, like, I don't know what the efficiency is because my rune depth is pretty good, so I'm not going to like pass it off as they're bad runes. They're good runes, but it's still an inventory build. Like, I'm sure I can get a much better build on her. I'm also not sure if I would rather have her on a crit rate build, because she has a self crit rate lead, but she has the self-crit rate lead, but most of the time you have to play her with a speed. Must be Will. Must have been this one. That's right, I put the Juno on Will yesterday. So it was this one. This is the other build I could run with her. And then from here, like this, right? But then she's so squishy and everybody targets her first. So I don't know. I haven't done much with her runes. The artifacts are not exactly amazing. I need to run the artifacts through the optimizer. She's got an unmaxed artifact. Yeah, you can tell. You can tell if the artifact's not even maxed, especially with artifact Q. Her build here would be HP, right? HP artifact. Thank you, Unfair Bear. Thank you, bro. Yeah, I'm so confused about how I feel about Nikki. I'm like legitimately confused because she's probably my best LD. Like, I mean, she's legit. She's legit. She's probably my best LD, but man, I don't like that style of play. And so I'm still, yeah, I'm just confused. I have such conflicting emotions. And the thing is, like, if I wanna, because I think I'm just outside of what would be G3 right now. I guess I'm ranked 326. But most of that climb yesterday, I think I said I only drafted Nikki maybe two times yesterday. Obviously, it gets tougher later in the season. There's a lot of people who are still not doing wings and stuff yet. But like if I want to use Nikki consistently, I have to rebuild my whole box to be turn 1 with a turn 2 pivot instead of turn 2 with a turn 1 pivot. Because right now, if I use Nikki, I'm not using the monsters with my best runes. I'm actually using like my pivot monsters on the core. Yeah, Tian Lang and Ragdoll would be my 2 most wanted. Narsha and Ongyuki would probably, actually no. Ragdoll would be, I guess, the most, followed by Tian Lang, followed by Ongyuki, followed by Yun Hung, followed by, actually Lima would have to be in there too. I think even post, oh wow, I just matched up with a Gildy, nice. Yeah, well, Dark Dragon would just be a ton of fun, man. I would actually love Grogan. I remember, I think when Seishizo pulled Grogan and he just was like frustrated and complaining about Grogan, man, I thought Grogan was pretty usable back then, and he's been buffed twice since then, and now he's like all about the Grogan, at least for arena offense. Zerath would be fun just because I think I could take rank 1 in GB12 with him. Hertite and Lucifer would be amazing because I like PvE content. They would be amazing for Rift Beasts. I actually don't even know if this team is tuned. I really don't know if this team is tuned. Okay, I guess it is. Oh, that's a rip. That's a huge rip missing the jump. Ooh, that's an even bigger rip, missing all stuns. And he gets it! Ouch. Is that GG? I think that's GG, right? Because now the Nikki's dead. Yeah, I think I lose now. Dude, Volantis, you're allowed to stun, bro. That's part of your kit. Your kit actually involves stunning. I'm just saying. Chung's kit involves proccing. Why can't your kit involve stunning, bro? And he gets the pushback on the fire unit too. Yeah. It's a guildie, so I don't wanna say anything. I do feel like I actually won this draft, and he just, I mean, he got what he needed with the Masha. He got what he needed with the Chung, and I just didn't get what I needed, so it happens. See, if Masha glances on Nikki there, if Masha gets resisted by either the defense break or the, like the Masha's probably, I don't know what the exact odds are, but you're 50% to glance and then 15% twice to resist, and I only need one of those three things to occur and I win. Or, actually, if the Chung doesn't proc, or if the Chung doesn't land the pushback on the Juno, I think I still win. So he needed a lot of different conditions to go correct for him. For that matter, if I get a proc anywhere in there, because I had mostly violent. Well, no, Nikki was bio. Actually, no, I only had one bio. No, never mind. I only had one bio unit, but I had two despair units that could have gotten some stuns.
Good old fade out.
That was, yeah. Sorry, I was like, what is he trying to do?
Oh, he didn't get in front. He didn't get in front. Do I care about this bomb? No, I don't. Okay, I guess I do. Well, actually, I procced. That was fair. I mean, I procced, too. I only procced once, though, bro. I only procced once. He's back to S2, right? Well, he's definitely back now. There we go. So if he procs, he wins. If he doesn't, I should win. Okay. It's tough because Juno so hard counters the Nikki Volantis combo. So if I go Oliver, Nikki, Volantis at the start, then I'm going to face Juno, Hey-Gang, and the Hey-Gang's a force ban, and they get whatever they want. I mean, tough, first world problems, I get it. But just as far as figuring out, like, how to make the draft work here. But if I am going to run Oliver, I have to have, or if I am going to run Nikki, I have to have Oliver. That's pretty much, that's one major thing, is I just have to have the Oliver in there. So I'm still experimenting with different stuff. I feel like, yeah, I just feel like this forces me, look at how fast these wings are going, and it just forces me into matches that I don't enjoy. But at the same time, how do I leave Nikki, like, not use Nikki? Despair Gianna. There you go. Run a Despair Gianna with your Swift Leo. They'll never see it coming. Yeah, you can remember the one time that she stunned you, but I would so much go with Triple Revenge Gianna. I still think Triple Revenge Gianna's the play, honestly. Oh, that's a really high Oliver. Guy lose, right? Really high attack Oliver. Because my Verdant normally is enough. I have to. I lost this. He outdrafted me though, to be fair. If I land attack break there, maybe I could win. Oh, come on, that's 4, 5 times? Is this just a triple attack Oliver? Yeah, I don't know. Douglas, triple attack Douglas. But he did outdraft me, but still, I mean, even if I lost it, but at least if I lost it without such bad RNG, I would have felt better. It wasn't resistance, man. I glanced on him 8 or 10 times with the Nano. What up, Kelly? How you doing, man? Yeah, Vlad, I actually thought Juno got a small buff. I still think Juno got a small buff, yeah. Yeah, I probably need to adjust. What's mine? No, 136. Okay, no, mine's still on add by speed. Okay. So if I do this, I snipe the Diana. He snipes the Oliver. I may not get the snipe this one though. The Masha's more dangerous here. Let's do it like this. Okay, perfect. It's possible, but remember, that's only buffing the buff. So, like, 10%. I mean, yeah, that's probably useful as, like, a conversion in. Wow, dude. Volantis! That's 2 matches in a row. You just miss everything. When you miss everything, we lose. Just want to point that out there, Volantis. When you miss everything, we lose. That's how this works. Well, I can't dot the Juno. Maybe we can stun the Riley? No. I don't actually think I can kill the Juno, though. I think Juno wins this. Even against 2 water monsters, I think Juno wins this. Especially against just Hey Gang. Juno wins this 100%. Yeah, Juno wins this 100%. There's no point playing this up. Wojo, yeah, that's crazy. Come to Us, I mean, there could be bugs in the code, I won't say that, but Come to Us has gone on the record and specifically said that 85 is max. They've actually posted that 85 is max. Hey Hisham, yeah, Vert's definitely a really good monster, bro. Yeah, the hardest combination I feel like is Juno Masha, because Masha counters Juno pretty hard, but Masha seems to be the main Juno counter. Let's see if he can miss everything 3 in a row. Yes, he can! Yes, he can, guys! He can miss everything 3 times in a row. Yay. Dead Oliver, GG. Yeah, there was no doubt that Diana was gonna proc there. It was like 100%. Like I would have bet my account that Diana was gonna proc there, and it's just because of the way this game works. Like there are some matches, and I've said this many times. I believe this 1000%. Contuas rolls a dice before you go into the match, and it just says you will lose no matter what. And there are matches where you could literally go in with like the best 5 LD5s in the game, and they could have 5 green slimes, and you're just gonna lose. Contuas will find a way to put the RNG in your opponent's favor. That was one of those matches. I think Volantis missed 6 out of 8 accuracy checks and 0 despair stuns. It was a guarantee that Diana was gonna proc, like an absolute guarantee. What up, Juno? How you doing, man? Nice, bro. Wins are always fun. Be patient here for a minute. That's just ad damages, J-Pier. That's kind of what most reviews look like. Where do you get the third? How do you get the 4? He had no stacks. He had no stacks. How did he get to 4? Oh, the Masha procced. That's how. The Masha procced. Yeah. What up, King Gear? How you? Whoa! King Gear, are you Isaac, bro? Well, Joe, honestly, I've never tuned to ticks specifically in RTA because the ticks are so spread out. And if you try and tick tune, you really wind up tuning a smaller team. So I just worry more about making sure that my team all acts in order. Ticks matter a lot if you've got built-in, well, you have built-in turn cycling, I guess, with the, yeah, with your oracles, you have built-in turn cycling. I've never really had teams that needed to be tick tuned specifically, to be honest. So I don't know if I'm the best person to answer that question. What up, James? How you doing, man? The Nana's actually on one of my... The Nana's just kind of like a normal Nana, to be honest. If I go Leo, I have to bring Verd. Let's go with Dominic. Let's go Bulwark for sure. What up, Colin? How you doing, man? Glad you're able to make it today. Vlad, actually, I'll show you how you find them then. There's a couple of ways that you can find runes. Thank you, Colin. I appreciate it, bro. Interesting. So I think here, Volantis is a force band. Sekhmet's more of a force band, but I want the force band. I do want a force band, so we're gonna play the force band. And then we have to give him the snipe, right? Problem is, if he snipes the Riley, I lose. I think it does, Ace. I think it does. I don't want to give him that Oliver when he's gonna ban. Yeah. I think he won this draft. That was a nice draft. The Daphnis Vanessa pairing there was nice. Everything will come down to if the Riley resists the Daphnis. So, assuming Daphnis is 50 accuracy, it's a 50-50. If the Riley resists, I win. If the Riley doesn't resist, I lose. I think it's really that straightforward. What up, Manuel? How you doing? Actually, he's getting that proc right there. He may get the Riley killed even if she doesn't resist. Well, she doesn't resist. There you go. So I lose. Yeah, I don't really have a win condition here. Maybe I have one win condition. One and only one. And that's the Miles does not get procs, and the Vertihile does. Those are like my only win conditions. This should... Okay, well, we get the kill now. I said Vertihile. Obviously, I meant... yeah, obviously, I meant... Juliet. I do get to stun the Daphnis here. Maybe kill. If not kill, then stun. Okay. Oh, well, kill. Okay. Let's go ahead. Wow. Okay, I guess I did have a win condition, but the win condition was RNG. So it's not one that you necessarily feel great about. But I'll take it. I mean, I'll take it because I got luck sacked the last couple of matches before this. That's probably it's not fair to this guy, but it's fair because I got a couple of luck sacks against me, so now I luck sack somebody else basically. There's this proc. He was super due for that. He was super due for that. And he should have killed the... Yeah, he really should have killed the Masha there. I also should have... Oh, wow. So I just misplayed after he misplayed. I almost gave this match away. I shouldn't have held the... I should not have held the Bulwark stacks right there. Alright, we're going to try one more with Nikki, and then we're going to start Andrew's reaps. Look at how fast the wings burn with this style, man. That's just, it's just not me. It's just not me. Yeah, of course I can show the Julienne. Here's the Julienne build. Actually, I think I just remembered. I got an upgraded artifact for Julienne, and I might have forgotten to put it on him. I have to double check. My highest win rate this season, I believe, is Leo. This counter to this open, I keep waiting for it to stop working, and so far it still keeps working. Expect to see a Dominic here. Question is, if he brings one more high damage unit, I may lose. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Vivishell into the Leo with a Coco. That's interesting. That's super interesting. That's really a good pick. I didn't know what to pick. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know what to pick. I think that was a bad pick though, because now he just bans the Leo. Why wouldn't he just ban the Leo? Yeah, I lose. But I lost this on the draft. He confused me with that. Vivishell Momo counter, that was just smart. My Verge triple revenge. There's the bird build. Yeah, guys, if you want to see a big stream, if you want to see, because I'll have a chance to engage in chat a lot more once we move past my wings, and I'm doing less concentration. I'm concentrating less here as well. He'll go into the Antares. Antares is dead now. Oh, Leo's dead. Yeah, it was just that was a great pick, though. Is that a Despair Masha? Are you kidding me? What the Despair Masha? But that was a great draft on his part. Like, he just crushed me in the draft. I was legit confused on what to pick there at the end. So, all props to him. That was a great draft. All right, we'll do one more wing because I don't want to stop at G1. Let's just push back to G2, and then we'll jump onto Bladez' account and start the re-ups. Oliver, I get the cut. It should be good. if I outspeed, I could S2 and use the Hey Gang to cut into her defense. Yeah. I think that's a little too YOLO. Let's not risk it. And that's why we don't risk it. Dude, 2 water units just killed my Ethna. And then the Dominic killed my Verd. Attributes mean everything, yay. That's 4 matches in a row. Volantis has, like, basically missed almost everything. So we got no provokes, we got no despair stuns. Like, legit, 4 matches in a row, Volantis has done nothing. Can you stun anything this time, bro? Nope, 0 stuns still. Maybe he's actually not on despair. Maybe his despair, maybe I, like, removed some of his despair runes and didn't build something. And obviously the provokes, you know, and the stuns, like, give me a break, you know? Oh, give me a break. I mean, I get it, 1 match here, 1 match there, but 4 matches in a row. What up, Iron Scare? How you doing, man? Doing good, man. Doing good. Bub is completely out of the rotation, Ace. Bub's win rate this season for me is 17%, and every one of those wins was against Bastet. He is, like, literally, he has reached dead pick status. He has reached completely dead pick status. I'm not even exaggerating, because you know I use SW Arena data now. He is my single lowest win rate unit this season. I actually wanted to de-rune him because I was getting tempted to draft him too often, but I can't de-rune him because he is still so good against the Bastet Julie Lucian, and so I think he's like a Magnum now where you can draft him 5 or 10 times a season, and then he's OP in those 5 or 10 times, but the rest of the season he shouldn't be used. Yeah, Iron Scare, I pulled Dicky 2 days ago. Maybe, Wojo, that's becoming an awfully big session. Yeah, I feel like that probably needs to be 2 separate sessions, to be honest, bro. That's big. Like 200 plus re-ups might be a little much for me to get done in 1 session. I've been like those big sessions I've been having trouble with. I just can't get that many re-ups done in 1 session. What up, John? How you doing, man? All right, let's do this for just a little bit of fun. I think this is a good service. I like to shout out the service once in a while. So granted, bear in mind, I'm going to show you guys a little bit of data now. Bear in mind that this is, you know, it's with me doing a lot of different testing. It's still early season, so this is by far and away not like a be-all, end-all. Oh, crap, Wojo. Yeah, let me turn the bot on. What up, Gal? How you doing, man? Huh. No? Where is it? Ah, here it is. Let's see, we need to actually... So you can see a little bit of my data here. Lowest win rate unit, Samath, who I actually just de-runed. Oh, you know what? Okay, so I lied. He was 17%, bro. He was 17%, and then I started only drafting him against Bladez. So I think he just won 5 in a row for me because he won against 5 Bladez. So the win rate's climbing up. But when I relegated him to Bladez only status, I promise you he was 17%. But yeah, just to take a look at like early season returns. So my lowest win rate unit was Samath. It was only in 2 drafts. That really doesn't do much. That doesn't tell us anything. Cadiz was 30%. That was only in 10 drafts, but Cadiz was also basically my lowest win rate monster last season. My lowest on scale. Like all of these are lower drafts, right? I just can't seem to get Cadiz to work. I feel like he's a great monster. I really do, but I can't make him work with my units. And then if you look at him this season also, last season he had a really good win rate, but this season he's down below 50% again. Last season he was 51. But this season he is actually dropping. So if you combine like the meta shifting a little bit, making him just not fit quite as well in the current meta, the fact that he never really fit my team, we have de-runed Cadiz. I gave up on the Cadiz experiment. What up, Skylover? How you doing? What up, Tariq? How's it going, man? Westmoreland, we did not do the re-ups. We're starting those in about 1 minute now. Best Wind Monkey, Violent Revenge, or Violent Destroy. You don't really need Destroy in RTA. Violent Revenge is mostly useful if you're using him to counter Dianas and they come directly into him. Other than that, I feel like just Violent Stats. I feel like Violent Stats is kind of like the way to go. Like just take whatever gives you your best stats. If you use a lot of Bulwark, putting a shield set on him is not bad. If you use him into Oliver, then putting a Will Rune set on him is not bad. So some of it's kind of just based on how you actually use it as well, right? But let's come up here, so we'll show you some other, What up, Noob? How's it going, man? Yeah, so my most effective monsters this season, I mean, Rika and Miho, again, that's just like 4 drafts, right? So let's just drop out anything with less than 10 drafts. Actually, we'll drop out 11, so we get Cadiz out of there as well. So my most effective unit this season has been Leo. The reason he's been that effective is because of the Masha meta. I've been using Leo Bird as a counter to the Masha Open, and then just counter picking. And it's been really effective for me. I keep waiting for it not to be effective, but so far it has. Bulwark, though, is probably the MVP. 67% win rate in 43% of my drafts is pretty insane. So that, of course, does not mean that Bulwark himself has that much of a win rate. It means that in my drafts, he has that much of a win rate. For the overall season, I would guess he's probably going to be 51. Yeah, just under 51, like, for everybody, 51, but for my particular boss. The Dominic, I've also drafted quite a bit and also won with him quite a bit. And then Oliver, a lot of these drafts really just came in the last couple of days. Actually, Oliver falls off the list. So the Bird that's pairing with the Leo, the Molong pairing with the Bulwark. So these are kind of the 2 core comps. Diana's very small sample size, but she has been effective for me. I just use her mostly as a 5th pick into, sometimes a 4th or 5th pick. Veramoss, also small sample size, but effective. Magnum shockingly lost one. That's maybe the first actual loss I've had with Magnum in about 4 seasons. What up, Noob? Dropping the member chat, saying 2 months in. Noob, thank you very much for becoming a channel member, bro. I appreciate it, man. And then here you go. So in 28 matches with Nikki so far, she's 57%. Very much been forced in a lot of those drafts. I'm not gonna lie. But Nikki just shapes the drafts for me a lot, so I'm not positive exactly how we're gonna use her yet. But she has been effective. She has been effective when I've been using her. 57%. All of those drafts were in top 500 RTA, so. Nothing bolstered, like some of the Molong Bulwark drafts were when I was climbing, so that can kind of skew rates a little bit as well. And then Julienne, a little bit less drafted. Because of Tessarian, Julienne's become harder to draft. So many people have Tessarian Rune now because of Dominic. So before I could get I could get Julienne through a lot more drafts because people didn't have Tessarian runed. But now they rune Tessarian to counter Dominic. But the Tessarian being available makes it harder for me to get the Julienne through. So Julienne mostly has to be a 5th pick only for me, or he has to be a 4th pick when I'm positive that I can get away with banning their Tessarian. I've also lost twice with Julienne because I drafted the Tessarian. So one thing I used to do was draft the Tessarian with the Julienne in order to prevent them from taking the Tessarian, but now Shizuka is a thing. And Shizuka just throws back the Tessarian Oblivion at you, right? So that kind of took that away, and as a matter of fact, it turned Tessarian into one of my lowest win rate units. 60 drafts, 42%. Part of this, I'm going to be honest, is because the build is wrong on Tessarian. I've adjusted it a couple of times, but I'm struggling because he's not high enough on my priority list to get a plus 172 or so bio set, which is where I need him tuned. But he is like, he was fitting a lot of drafts, but then the runes weren't good enough and the tuning was bad. So he needs to be rebuilt, and what's probably going to happen, I de-rune the Cadiz. The Cadiz was in a plus 172 bio set with stats that more or less make sense for Tessarian, so if I combine their 2 sets, I should be able to get a better Tessarian build, and hopefully I'll see that win rate creep up. The Beelzebub, as far as he goes, like literally every win that he's gotten has been against Bastet Julie or Bastet Julie Lucian type thing, and then every loss he's gotten has been every other time I've drafted him. He's like 100% against Bastet and 0% against everything else. Again, that's not to say that he's not a good monster. I know he was used in SWC finals, but he just doesn't fit the things that I'm trying to accomplish in RTA. So this site is SW Arena. We'll actually drop a link in there. I'll give them a little shout out. This is not sponsored or paid or anything like that. I actually pay for my own membership on the site. It's $5 a month. But I have found this site to be super, super useful when it comes to making my own RTA decisions. And thought some of you guys might be interested just to see which monsters have been doing well and not well for me. Segment 56% win rate in 82 drafts. A couple of those losses came because I got outsped, and I've adjusted her build since then to be a little bit faster. It does not track summons, John. No, it'd be really interesting. I would love to know what my true LD number of summons is myself, but this does not track summons. But there you go, guys. Volantis, also one of my highest win rate monsters. That makes sense. Really strong LD5, and it took me a while, but I've been figuring out better ways to use him. But also, before the Juno buff, Volantis was looking like he was going to be one of the top units this season. Juno always countered him, but things like Masha would allow you to kind of balance it out to where if you got Volantis plus Masha, or in my case Volantis plus Julienne, you could kind of make it work. But the speed buff with the Juno now might make it so that she counters Volantis a little too hard. Which means that I have to construct my comps differently, but it means like because Volantis actually started the season for me at like well over 70% win rate, and then he's been dropping a lot. And I know that all that dropping is directly attributed to the Juno buff. Like the last few days, most of my losses have been to, well, before stream, because I always lose everything on stream, but when I was doing my wings off stream, the vast majority of my losses were to Juno. and it was a lot of times where it would be Juno drafted against Bladez. So I also lost a lot with Juno, but that was because I didn't have her on Will Runes, and I was just getting a counter pick with Masha's. So I've switched my Juno to Will Runes now. We'll see how effective that is. There you go, guys, though. So that's a little bit of an overview of what I have been doing so far through the RTA season. So Wojo drafting Morn Chung. People, yeah, exactly, bro. Karnal Shizuka. There you go. Yeah, see, that sounds pretty solid, man. That sounds solid. I like you getting the Shizuka in there. She's gonna be strong there. All right. So guys, we are on Bladez' account. Now we've got a little over 100 reaps. So what we're gonna do, and we may not actually use the optimizer to find all the targets because 100 reaps is a lot. But what I do want to do with the optimizer is figure out about how many targets we have. And so to that end, I'm gonna load up the optimizer. I grabbed Bladez' JSON when I logged in. But we're probably not going to go back and forth through the optimizer with 100 reaps. I don't think I could. When you get over 100 reaps, you can usually just cycle through the runes. But what I want to make sure is that I don't accidentally ignore any runes that would be good either. So let's get this turned off and this turned off, and we'll go ahead and just choose Bladez' file. John, I think, I said this before the patch, and from what I've seen in gameplay so far, I stand by this. I think Praha got a slight buff. I don't know if it was enough to buff her into the meta. I think Juno got the biggest buff out of all of them, and it really knocked her from S tier to SS tier. The Juno buff is really legit. I think obviously Gianna and Lima just got straight nerfs, but I don't think it was enough to change them all that much. Lima went from being quad S tier to triple S tier probably, and Gianna just stays in triple S tier, but she's a little lower in that triple S tier. But I still think, honestly, Lima is still top 3. Lima is probably still the number 1. Honestly, Lima is probably still the number 1 unit for RTA, even with the nerf. Gianna was arguably number 2. You could have argued for Gianna, Tian Lang, Ragdoll. So Gianna was in that argument. I think Gianna now maybe falls to number 4. Maybe. Maybe she stays in that argument for number 2. Maybe she falls to number 4, or even number 5. I think you could argue for Omiyuki to be above Gianna, but it's so, at that point it's just shades, right? It's just shades. But I think Gianna remains top 5, if not top 2, and I think Lima remains number 1. They're just not as far away from everything else as they were before. But Ciara is probably the big loser of this patch because Ciara was already on the edge in RTA, and I think Ciara did get a net nerf. I don't think it's a massive nerf, but I think it's an impactful one, and there's a difference. Like, a massive nerf is like when they change Kinky from 25 to 15% HP, and all of a sudden you could just start hitting Kinky with stuff that did damage and he wasn't countering, right? An impactful nerf is like when they changed the Beast Riders to keep their harmful effects when they got dismounted, which in theory is not that major of a nerf because they also got to keep their beneficial effects, but in practice it means they cleanse stuns and they can start to be controlled. So in the case of Ciara, the loss of turn cycling means that she can't reliably try and put 2 bombs up on turn 1 anymore, and that's super impactful. And so I think that the Ciara is like, I think the Ciara is the one that actually loses in this patch because I know they gave her pushback with the bombs and there's some interesting comps you can run, but you can no longer just try and run a fast tick-tune Ciara and try and put 2, cycle up for 2 bombs every time you get a proc. And that's really impactful. The actual nerf is not that impactful because for the rest of the fight, it's probably more or less just a little bit different. But that ability to run Ciara in specific types of turn 1 comps, which is really the main comp that she was being run in, is now gone. So they took away her best comp. And that makes it much more impactful, I think, than any of the others. That's where I stand with it right now. We'll see how it actually plays out in a month or so. But I think the attack bar increase doesn't mitigate her nerf. So if you're talking about Ciara, no, I don't, because I think they impacted how Ciara is used. I don't think for Juno they gave her more uses, and for Praha they gave her more uses, and for Gianna and Lima they didn't change at all how they're used. They will be used exactly the same. They'll just turn cycle a little bit less, which means they'll be a little less OP. But for Ciara they actually changed how she's used, possibly how she's runed, and that becomes much more impactful. Jack, the reapps are actually starting right now, so I was answering some questions, but we are starting right now. We actually just loaded Bladez's JSON here. Major hit is to Ciara on a Route Siege defense. Yeah, obviously, so that would require a full retune. You would have to get the Ciara and Gianna each 15% higher attack bar, but I think Ciara's inability to cycle is going to make that defense pretty tough to run anyway. So that does have a big hit there. It also has a big hit on the offense version of that team. Might have some impact for Gianna on arena offense as well. Don't think it has any impact for Ciara on arena offense. Honestly, probably doesn't impact either of them, because when you're running that type of team, you're expecting to kill everything with attack buff on turn 1. So it's probably more of a siege impact. Alright, so what we want to do here. Alright, Jack, here's what we're going to do. We're going to pin your message, bro, so that we can't forget it. We'll leave your message pinned. So now the thing is, though, in exchange for pinning your message, I expect you to, let's say, buy a pack for Blades if we don't get a 28th bit. Buy a re-up pack for Blades. No, I'm just messing with you, man. Burka, I honestly don't know. I think Burka still is very dependent upon which monsters that you can, I think Burka's still going to be kind of dependent upon the monsters you can run them with. Like, if you have Nyx, then Burka was already pretty good. Although, say, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I honestly don't know how he's gonna play out. He's better than he was. The question is he good enough, or is he actually OP? Oh yeah, Gurkha, my bad. Dark Bison, let's just say Dark Bison. No. Burka, Gurkha. Yeah, I don't know yet. I really don't know. He could wind up being crazy strong, he could wind up being not enough, he could be something in between. Like, it's a pretty significant change they made, but it's one of those changes that you kind of need to see in gameplay to have a better feel for, and I haven't seen it in gameplay yet. The problem is he's going to be on an endless accuracy check cycle, which is the same thing as Oliver, and Oliver is proven to be OP, but Oliver has a 33 speed lead with a high base speed, and that makes it more forgiving. The Gurkha does not have either of those things. So he's going to be like on an endless accuracy cycle like Oliver. He's got some built-in heal mechanics, and he's got a defense break. Those are big advantages over Oliver. But I think at the end of the day, Oliver's 33 speed lead and higher base speed are bigger advantages in the other direction. So that endless accuracy cycle makes it difficult. But the fact that they gave him a 2-turn provoke makes it more forgiving. So I really don't know. I really don't know. All right. In the meantime, let's take a look at Bladez' account. What we want to see is just really to start with. We're not even going to limit this by set. Let's just see like how many actual re-up targets we have on the account. That'd be 335. So now let's efficiency cap it at 100. That's 259. So now we can start to execute some sets. We're obviously not going to re-up stuff like energy or blade. We're not going to re-up accuracy. We're not going to re-up determination or endure or enhance or fatal. Well, we're probably not going to re-up fight. We'll just leave that there because I actually re-up some fight on my account. But we need to see how many targets there are. And really, you should only ever re-up fight if you care about dungeon times and stuff like that. Not going to re-up shield, we're not going to re-up tolerance, vampire, of course we'll re-up violence. So despair, destroy, fight, Rage, Revenge, Swift, Violent Will. Those are all runes that could make a case to be re-upped. So we've got Legend runes, we've got them at 6-star. We want to look mostly at plus 12 runes for right now. That brings us to 152. Now let's just lock out all of your really fast runes. Actually, there's only one of those. Okay. Alright, so we're going to go unlock. So there's still 150. So now let's narrow down the sets. Let's take Rage out. That brings us to 145, so that didn't take out much. So let's take out Swift, because that tends to be speed chasing. That brings us to 103, so we're getting closer. Let's take out Will, and I know that'll surprise some of you, but the reality is Will runes have faded in importance, and most of us have been focusing on them for years. So generally speaking, it's not that I don't think Will runes should be re-upped, it's that I think we've been re-upping Will runes for so long that we should be focusing on the weak parts of our box that are viable in the current game, which Destroy and Revenge and Despair for myself, and I think for a lot of people, are three of our weaker rune sets, particularly like your Despair, because people who have played the game for a long time, they did a lot of their Giants farming early in the game when it still dropped 5-star runes, and we didn't have, you know, it wasn't as easy to farm as it is now. So a lot of us did our Giants farming early and then moved on to the more advanced dungeons, and the Despair runes really fell behind. And then Revenge was just a rune that was never super valued, so we probably sold more back then than we would be selling now, and that creates weaknesses there. So if we limit this down, I still see 83. Yeah, there you go, even 4-star, yeah. So I still see 83 targets. Let's see if we can narrow this a little bit further. So we have Despair, Destroy. Let's drop the Fight out. We're not probably going to do Fight. That only takes us to 82. All right, we have all that configured properly. Despair, Destroy, Revenge File. Okay, so let's look at slots 2, 4, 6, and let's go no defense. That brings us to 24. So that feels like a pretty good number. Now that I've seen how many targets you actually have, I think we are going to use the optimizer to find your targets. Because there's actually a few too many targets, I think, to just kind of cycle through. Even with the number of re-apps we have, I think there's too many targets. So sometimes when I do a re-app stream for somebody who I've already re-apped for them before, and I know they don't have a ton of targets, I'll literally just go in a circle, slot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and find the correct runes. But in this case, I feel like there's so many targets that we're gonna just focus on what the optimizer gives us. So we're gonna go HP percent over flat defense, and we're gonna open up a little bit of betting for you guys as well. Let's go betting. And we'll make this a max bet of 1,000, and we'll allow multiple. There we go. Bro, congrats, Wojo. That's serious progression, man. Huge congrats. Alright, so we have got a Violent slot 2 HP with flat defense. This is a target that I actually really like. 70% efficiency right now with absolutely no decent stats, and it's a premium target, so this is where we're going to start. 127 total re-ups. So, Bladez, first of all, bro, I know you have been waiting way too long for this. We got disrupted by all sorts of stuff on the stream schedule, by me making some mistakes on my stream schedule to start, and then my vacation and COVID and everything else. I know you've been waiting way too long. Thank you for being patient, bro, and huge good luck today. I hope that patience is going to pay off, man. Really hope that patience is going to pay off. Especially, I think you said you're moving right now, so hopefully you're moving into a new place, and maybe you'll have some new toys to play with in the new place. But good luck, man, seriously. All right, let's start off with something good here. Better than it was, but only a very, very, very little bit better than it was. That's actually pretty interesting as a Diana style route. Wish we didn't have this extra roll into flat attack. I could legitimately see just gemming out the flat defense into defense percent and making this a Diana style rune, but the force speed just kind of hurts. So Also, for those of you who are new to my reaps, ooh, okay. Okay. Oh, you want a crit rate bet already? Oh yeah, 19 plus crit rate, bro, you did. Okay, you did actually win one. So, let's go ahead and pay the crit rate bet. And then reopen betting. Alright, I think we actually keep this, man. I like this. So we've got 2 into crit rate, 1 into defense, 1 into accuracy, and we've got Mr. Astroglider returning to the channel and to Summoner's War. Bro, Astro, thank you for becoming a channel member, and huge welcome back, man. I've actually been wondering how you've been doing and where you've been at. So, thank you very much for becoming a channel member, and of course you know the deal. Do an @moderators in Discord, and they'll give you access back to the supporter chats. Alright, I think this is actually a keeper. So we've got 1 into accuracy, 2 into crit rate, 1 into defense. The rolls are relatively low and we can only grind twice, but honestly, you convert some speed into this. I'd rather use a blue. Yeah, we use a purple conversion, and I feel like this has a lot of use cases. That was a nice conversion right there. Also, we're going to save your speed grinds because we may have better targets, but the speed gem was totally worth it. Bro, Amber she just came out like a few weeks ago. Don't think she's really got a lot of use yet, but the Come To Us pattern has been to buff new units the second patch after they come out. We just had the first BP since the Battle Angels came out, so probably in about 2 months from now, Amber is going to be pretty strong. Alright, that looks like a pretty solid start to me, and because we have so many targets, the thing is, like, there was no reason for us to go further on that rune once it was already a pretty usable rune. Granted, it's slow, but slow is not the end of the world. There are monsters that can use slow runes when they've got really well synergized stats. So this is going to be our next target. This is a resistance rune. It's only got double grindable, so if we gemmed in the... I mean, we could gem in speed here, but it's 1 into defense, 2 into HP, and it's technically 3 into HP. We're just like missing a roll and a half. We have no speed. We're not quad grindable, and this is actually keepable. This is actually capable as a siege defense rune. This works nicely for like a Savannah or an Obi. It's not crazy efficient. Don't get me wrong, it is very, very much not crazy efficient, but it is just an interesting depth rune to have. So again, we got 1 into speed, 2 into crit rate, 1 into crit damage. This can be nice for just, it's more siege defense than an offense build, right? But it's just a useful siege defense rune. And again, it's because we have so many targets, all I want to do is I want to make sure that every rune that I'm reapping is a rune that's not really good enough. So once we have a rune that can be used, we're going to move on to the next target, because I would rather get like 1 huge reapp and make 60 bad runes good than get 1 huge reapp and make 1 bad rune good, right? So you don't want to put 60 reapps into the same rune, you just want to keep moving along until you have a rune, you know, moving along to the next rune that's not good. And then if we run out of targets, which we're not going to today, but if we ran out of targets, then we would cycle back to whatever the worst rune is. Now, we've got a Revenge slot 2 HP here. I want to see, so we do have 5. We do have 5 slot 2s. Let's see if any of these are actually good, because there's, generally speaking, you only need 1 or 2 Revenge slot 2 HPs, but you do, having a really good one for a Vertihile is useful. So this rune is not amazing. It's also not a re-up target. This rune is pretty bad. And then this is our re-up target. 6 crit rate. I wish the crit rate wasn't the innate, but it's not a bad re-up target. It's more for a triple revenge bird for RTA. There's some other uses for it. It's not bad to have this rune as depth, but if you have like 3 OP runes here already, I probably wouldn't do the re-ups on it. I see this rune as being relatively inefficient but fast, but a fast slot 2 HP without efficiency is not necessarily amazing. So to me, this is actually a pretty viable re-up target. If we had a second slot 2 revenge rune, I would not do it. But I think the 1 is worth doing. That's already done. That's already done. So 2 into crit damage, 1 into speed, 1 into defense. We get to gem in the attack right here. Well, we don't get to gem in the attack because we don't have the gem, but you will eventually gem the attack in here, and it's, you know, multi-grindable. Just thinking about, like, this is actually pretty amazing for a triple revenge bird. Like, this is actually really amazing for a triple revenge bird because it's got good efficiency, it's triple grindable. The extra crit damage through subs can be really useful for him. So that's another 1 and done. That's another 1 and done. Okay, our next target's going to be a Bio 6 accuracy rune. This one, I don't know if it's truly a re-up target. It's not efficient, but it may be improvable. Yeah, it's not this one. It's this one, right? So we have speed, HP, defense percent. Yeah, so this one actually all we're going to do is just gem in the attack percent. This is quad grindable. This is actually a really nice rune. We don't have the gem, which is probably why you didn't use it, but well, we have the immemorial, but I'd rather save that if that's our last one. But in the meantime, all you're going to do is gem the attack percentage. This is actually a useful rune. I wish that the defense percent here is not ideal. Like having 2 rolls into defense percent onto an accuracy rune is not ideal, but at the end of the day, it's a quad grindable rune. It'll be 18 speed with a hero grind. That makes it a useful rune, so it's not a great re-up target. Alright, so next up we've got a Bio 4 crit damage. So maxed out artifacts, gems, and grinds in the same day. Dude, at least you got some extra where's the room? At least you got some extra mana out of it. Alright, this rune has disappeared on us. So there was a 16 speed crit damage rune, according to the optimizer. Optimizer said it's a Bio 16 speed crit damage rune. Is it this one? The optimizer said it's not on anybody. 311 HP flat. This is weird. This is weird. So the optimizer, oh, you know what it is? I think I imported your RTA runes by mistake. Okay, so this rune is actually pretty OP. This, we got attack, we got speed, we got HP. We just gem either crit rate or defense here, but in this case we want the crit rate. This is actually, we got 2 into here, we got 1 into the attack, so we did lose a roll. So for that reason alone, we'll just use a purple. But this is pretty solid, and then I don't mind re-gemming this because there's never a really high demand for crit rate gems. I will leave 1 left though. So. But there's never a real high demand for crit rate gems, so it doesn't hurt to throw an extra couple in when you're trying to just maximize what you get out of that. But we'll save the last one. There's also you had more. You also had some legends, a couple of immemorials, and a couple of violent legends. So there's plenty more. Actually, yeah, maybe, how many were there? There's 1, 2, 3, there's 3 more, 4, 5 more. We got 5 more, so let's actually give this one more shot. See if we can get the 7 crit rate. Okay. Better to see the crit rate gems derp. Better to see the crit rate gems derp than to see like speed gems derp. So we got the max speed, we got the max roll on the hero speed gem, I'll take that instead. Alright, next up we've got a Despair slot 4 attack percent rune. I don't think there's a great use case for this rune. So with no great use case, we're probably not going to do anything with it. Again, this is actually going to be on a monster. So, sorry, it's a Despair slot 6. In that case, there is a use case. I read that wrong. So it's going to be 500 HP flat, slot 6 attack. That's this one here on the Charlotte. Resistance innate, not ideal for attack. Obviously crit damage would be better, but the fact that we can't get resistance is nice. Now this is triple grindable, but this is 1.5 roll, 1.5 roll, 2 mid rolls, and then an extra roll into HP. So this rune could just, it's just very inefficient. Even though it's got the multi-grinds, very inefficient. That now becomes much more efficient. Well, or maybe not more efficient, just better. It's just better because we got the 18 speed, right? So this is either a triple into speed or a double into crit damage and a double into speed. Because you could actually be 3 times 4 here. You could also be 7 and 5 here and then a triple into speed. Either way though, for an attack rune, this is super nice. And we don't have the grinds, but that's a definite upgrade. Definite upgrade. Okay, next up we have a Revenge for HP. So this is another rune. We'll probably take a look and see if we have. Now this is a rune where there's actually a lot more use cases though. Monsters like the Iris that you have it on. Is it this one? You're probably 6 resonate, so it's not that one. It's this one on the Kumar. There's actually a fair number of use cases. Monsters like Jolton can use this. Monsters like Iris. Kind of a stretch to say that a Juno could use it, but it is possible. But certainly like a Revenge Vertihile can use it as well. So this is the first one that's actually given us a little bit of trouble. We've done like, we've already done 5 runes. We've done 5 runes in like 7 reapps or so. Whoa, okay. That's a pretty sexy reapp, actually. That definitely gets this. Of course. I'll leave it to you if you want to regem that later, because this rune's actually pretty beastly. This is actually really beastly. Like, triple grindable, high attack, which makes it an amazing Iris rune, but it's also amazing for anybody who's got additionals. And then if you can get like 13, 14 speed off the gem and grind, this is actually pretty OP. So we're not going to grind the speed, but that's a pretty insane rune, man. Like, seriously, that's a really insane rune. All right, next up we've got a Revenge 6 attack. It's gonna be this one? No. 6 crit damage innate, so that's a nice target. That's gonna be this one right here. It's got 16 speed, but it literally has no other stats, so this can definitely improve quite a bit. And it will improve quite a bit. Now, unfortunately, that does look like it's a... Well, no, actually, no. Yeah, dude. That rune's just insane, actually. That rune's pretty insane. So in this case, because it's an attack rune, we'll just gem in some crit rate over the accuracy. But the beautiful thing about this is you can constantly change this. So this rune, you can just re-gem this over and over based on whatever you need in the future. Dude! Bro! Busted the 9 crit rate on that one. Look at the difference in that rune with one freaking reapp, man. This is shaping up to be one of those days. This is shaping up to be one of those just insane sessions, right? Alright, so we've got a 17 speed slot 4 crit rate. We're probably not going to re-up that one. We probably will. You know what? Okay, we clicked on this by random, but bro, even though there's no innate, this is not bad. Not bad. We'll give it 3 tries. It already went from not usable to usable. So it went from completely unusable to possibly usable, but one more try. Oh, baby! There it is. There it is. All right. Dude. Do we actually put legend on this? Maybe not, because we are losing one roll. But these are high rolls. These are high rolls. This is a high roll. The only question for me here is, do we gem the speed over the defense percent or the HP? I actually kind of feel like we gem the speed over the defense percent, not gonna lie. So here's why. If we grind this flat HP, we get 1000 HP, which is about 10% of HP. If we grind the defense, we get 14% defense. So we can have 4% less defense, and in exchange, flat HP generally is just more valuable these days because of artifacts. So that's the thing, because of artifacts, the HP can be more valuable. So the question is, like, would we rather have an extra 14% defense, or would we rather have an extra 1000 HP? It's tough. Like, do you make the efficiency play, or do you make the play that fits in the meta? Because long term, also, things could change. I'm on the fence, but we're gonna do this. Gem speed over. We're gonna do a poll just for fun. So, do we gem speed over flat HP, or do we gem speed over defense percent? We'll do a poll. So. Just for fun, we'll do a poll. Alright, so we'll leave that. Dude, I can't believe that. That's pretty insane for 3 reaps, too. See, John, I actually use a fair number of flat stats on my runes. Imagine, like, when you're building a siege defense unit, sometimes you really need that extra. Like, if you can get an extra 5,000 HP off flats, that prevents you from being cleaved. That makes a big difference. That really can make a big difference. Laurel with the super sticker. Bro, Laurel, first of all, thank you very much for the super sticker. Man, seriously appreciate it. Second, how you doing, man? How's it going? Yeah, flat attack for your rage runes, flat HP for your violent runes, they definitely have some value. Alright, so the crit rate rune we were looking for is a 17 speed rune, which is this one right here. So this is 2 into speed, 1 into accuracy. Wait, this is not it. This is a hero rune. Wrong 17 speed. That one's 18 speed. This one's not a great rune either. This is also a hero, right? Am I sorted by default grade? Let's change this up to default grade. Alright, we need 11 defense flat. That's what we're looking for. It's this one right here. Okay. So in this case, we would gem the resistance here for attack percent. It's fast, but it doesn't have much going on for it except for the speed. And because it's not like super fast, it's also not amazing speed. Like this is a 21 speed rune, which is nice, but not super nice. So I feel like this rune could be better. If 21 speed rune is great if you have efficiency, but here we lack the efficiency. And with the crit damage, you kind of have to gem in attack, so at least you have the key stats, but I just feel like this is a target. I honestly just feel like this is a target. And it almost got better. If this was 12 speed, that would have been amazing, but with 8 speed, it's not. Did I miss a super chat? Wojo, bro! I am so sorry, man. Bro, Wojo, I did. I missed it. Whoa. All right, Wojo with the super chat saying 250 hours in stream right on the dot. Wojo, so sorry, man. I legitimately apologize, man. But thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Also, congrats. 250 hours. That's pretty awesome. So let's do this. We're going to do, guys, we're going to go points plus viewers. So Wojo has, in honor of Wojo hitting 250 hours, let's do 250 point bonus to everybody on stream. Thank you very much, Wojo. Really appreciate it, man. All right. We're gonna hit this one a couple more times. It's just such a, crit rate runes are so key in the game right now. And this rune just falls just a little short. It's fast without the rest. That's 3. So this is the last one. We'll move on from this. If we don't get it in 5, we'll move on. Wow, is that a freaking quad into attack? That's a quad into attack, man. That's a 29% attack quad. But it's actually a useful rune. I think it's more useful than the other side. It's less efficient, but it is more useful. Actually, isn't it really less efficient? So here, let's just say we gem the resistance for a 9 attack. So we'd have 21% here, which is just about 2.5 rolls. This is about a roll and a half. So we got 4 rolls plus 3. We have 7 rolls with 3 runs. On this side, if we gem the accuracy probably into speed, we get 1.5 from the speed, 3.5, so that's 5, 5.25, 6. We'd have 6 rolls plus 3. What did I say we have here? So we're losing a roll of efficiency, but honestly, man, 29% attack. 29% attack becomes 39 with a legend grind. See, that's one thing. This side, you'll never put legend grinds on. Here, you will put legend grinds because it's such a unique rune. So I feel like we probably have to keep the quad. I feel like we keep the quad. Plus, you can gem, like with a legend gem, you get 10 speed here. So now you're at 10 speed with big attack versus the 17 speed with no stats. Because also, yeah, I feel like we have to keep the quad. And I think we stop there. So you just put speed over the accuracy right here. Honestly, I want to see the legend speed go here. We're going to do more re-ups, so I'm not going to gem this right now. For this rune to really shine, it needs that legend speed, and then I think we can safely use this because it's a quad! At least it hit the 7. But yeah, so here you're just going to go ahead and put the legend speed. But first, let's see if we have another rune that more justifies it. But this is going to be like, imagine this on like a Carcano. This is like an amazing Carcano rune. Because again, defense has less value. So to get 36 attack, 6 crit damage, you still get some HP. Carcano's got the high base speed. This rune fits him really well. Just one example. This rune fits a lot of units really well. It really did not fit anything before. Because it was just like, it was a rune without an identity. So I think we got an upgrade. I don't think we got our best upgrade of the day by any means, but I think we got an upgrade. Current Carcano 4 is crit damage with no stats. So not much of a comparison. Actually, this is actually a re-up target, except I think it's hero. Yeah, it's hero. Oh, there you go. It's this Carcano. Yeah, so taking a look at this, I mean, because you have no attack on him right now. So you're gaining the accuracy he needs. You can gem in, you know, you can theoretically get 15 speed, but let's just figure 12. So you get 12 speed, so you make up 6 speed somewhere else, and you're gaining 200, almost 200 attack. This to me is actually an upgrade. You would need to adjust the rest of the set to speed tune him, but then again, maybe not, because he's actually not tick tuned right now. So 218 is well past the 239 tick on his own lead, and it's well behind the 286 tick. So he probably doesn't even need the extra speed that much. In the meantime, you gain a lot of attack, a lot of crit damage, and then the HP is not grinded yet, so we're gonna get 700 HP back too. So you're losing 500 HP. Yeah, this is actually a nice upgrade. Just for comparison purposes. Because that rune's not fully gemmed and grinded yet. So that's actually a solid upgrade. What up, Big D? How you doing, bro? Alright, so the next one we've got here is a Vile 4 crit damage. It's going to have a flat attack innate. Dude, this rune is awful. Is this legend? Alright. On our journey to the correct rune, we're going to boost up this rune because that's already better. I'm thinking you might accept this rune. Just a hunch. You might accept this rune. Just a hunch. Probably want to put this here, I believe. So Big D, I spent most of one season and a little bit of another season in G3, but I have not actually gotten a finish on G3. And I have 10 LD5s now. I pulled Nikki 2 days ago. Not even your fastest crit damage. I'm so sorry, bro. My bad. Rip the fail. Rip the fail. The only thing with this, yeah, so this is actually on Theomars. This is I would still put the legend attack here, and I would keep the accuracy. I mean, we could leave the 40 flat attack there, but that's like 4% attack. I think in this case I like the accuracy, and I would just go legend attack, legend grind. Let me know if you're cool with that, and I'll do the changes on stream. But before using the legends on this rune, because this rune's a little bit, this is just like an empty speed rune. Okay, it has uses. It's a great Theomars rune. It has uses, bro. That's a rip of a gem. Gilver, I think the new speed content is quite interesting. The new speed content. I think the new guild content is quite interesting. Alright, you know what though? The re-up was the key thing. It's still a 25 speed, 10 crit rate rune, but man, the gem and the grind, those definitely sucked. Those definitely sucked. But still went from a completely useless rune to a completely awesome rune. Like, remember, this had 19 resistance and nothing. So, yeah, it was unfortunate on the gem and the grind. I want to talk them up, and I really can't. But still pretty OP re-up. That, as well, is a really interesting re-up. That is a near max triple on accuracy. This rune is actually nearly max. We're missing 1 defense, 1 accuracy, and 2 HP for max. Remember I said we might need to have, is that a bet payout? Is that a bet payout? That is not a bet payout. We don't have, 33. 33 would be the bet payout. So we missed the bet payout on the quad attack also. Bro, this rune is insane. Violent Daphnis. Violent Daphnis for the win. Violent Daphnis with no attack sub. That's the one thing that's really missing. If this defense was attack percent, this rune would be off the charts. But I'm not going to gem anything in here yet because you could make a case to put in crit rate and just put this on a slow build. For example, this would be a kind of ridiculous Diana crit damage rune. Like, not even gonna lie, imagine 31 accuracy on a Diana crit damage rune. I could see a lot of places where this rune might be usable and not need the speed. This would also be like a Zing Zay. Like a violent Zing Zay, I would probably put crit rate over speed here because he has a 116 base. From an efficiency perspective, the speed's obviously much better. And this rune is actually just insanely... This rune is just insanely efficient. So, actually, I take it back. The efficiency probably needs to be the play here. So I would definitely go. Let's go legend speed. We'll go triple grindable. This rune's pretty nuts, man. This rune's pretty nuts. Freaking gems, bro. The freaking gems are not being friendly to me. But I will trade bad gems for bad reapps because it's easier to farm gems than reapps. I'm just gonna say, like, the reapps are being absolutely obscene. The reapps are like, so how many runes have we gone through at this point? Actually, we've actually done 10 runes and legit 10 upgrades on 21 reapps. Actually, excuse me, 9. Because one of them we didn't wind up reapping. So we have done 9 runes on 21 reapps. And I would say every one of those 9 is pretty legit OP. Well, no, one of them was mediocre, but we've 25 speed rune, we have a low baby quad attack rune, 31 accuracy crit damage rune. Like, yeah, I would say the session is pretty OP. All right, next up we've got a despair slot 2. That's an interesting one. Oh, you know what? No, we've done 11 runes because we did 2 runes without innates that I just found randomly. So we've done 11 runes. That's what it is. Yeah, we've done 11 runes. Bro, this is nuts. This is seriously nuts. I'm super happy because I know you waited a long time. I hope you better be happy. There's no hopes about it, man. If you're not happy, like, we're already ahead of where I thought we'd be for 100 reapps. Yeah, Jack, I was just looking at your pin. Yeah, Shantian, the problem is there's just only so many Leo runes we can have, and that rune just works on so many other monsters. I don't think I would want to waste that rune on a Leo, to be honest. But if you have Lucifer, if you play Leo in your core or something like that, like if Leo is a monster you draft constantly and you need that rune, then it definitely makes sense to put crit rate on it. But a lot of us tend to have a lot. There's so many. We all have so many runes that are like Leo runes, but unless you have a lot of Leos. David, Big D, I remember when you lost all your points, actually, man. So what's going on, by the way, bro? Are you back? And thank you for the grats, man. I appreciate it. So this rune right here is kind of difficult because it's only double grindable. 24 crit damage is amazing, but how many despair monsters can you think of that need a slot 2? See, if this was like slot 2 HP, this would be broken for Antares. But how many despair monsters actually need a slot 2 speed rune with 24 crit damage and low efficiency? And there just aren't that many. Like, are you gonna run a despair Lucian? A fast despair Lucian? Like, I don't know. I don't know. So I feel like just Presty, yeah, quite a few, bro. Okay, quite a few. Name them off, bro. Let me hear the quite a few. I can't think of any, man. Charlotte, maybe? Like, but Charlotte's usually run on Vio or Swift these days, outside of PvE. Maybe like a damage fire robo, but I really can't think of almost any. Artemil, perhaps, but you'd want him on slot 2 defense anyway. Samath, Poseidon. So I would not run Savannah. I would not run Savannah on Despair personally. I also prefer Poseidon on Swift. I know a lot of people run. I think for PvP, Poseidon should be on Swift. For PvE, Poseidon could be on Despair, but at that point, I wouldn't want to waste this rune as a PvE rune. More you could make a case for. Beth, you could make a case for. Fire Demon really isn't worth using unless you don't have Poseidon. A crit damage Ethna, it's going to be really hard to make her high enough crit rate with only a 5 crit innate here, but that could be fair. Let's see. The Samath, I think, may be the best use case, though. I think the Samath is fair. I buy into the Samath more than any of the others. So just on the basis of that, because there is a valid use case, I would say go ahead and you can just gem over the flat defense here. We'll grind the attack so that we know that we looked at this rune. But I think the Samath wins for me. The rest of them, I don't really think I buy into it. Wind Art Master, you get most of your damage. I mean, okay, don't get me wrong. A crit rate Wind Art Master, this is probably pretty decent for him as well. But I feel like you get more of your damage there from artifacts. But the Wind Demon, you know, Mephisto, that's a stretch to me. I think Mephisto needs to be really high HP, or just really tanky. But I think the Samath use case for me sells me. I think this rune has enough value to keep it for a Samath use case, because it's a low efficiency rune, but it's unique. So the thing is, this is super low efficiency. That's my problem with this, is it's legend with innate. And this is basically a triple into crit damage, and we can only gem off one of these two. So the efficiency on this rune is like just in the basement. And Despair monsters mostly want efficiency. Like the vast majority of your Despair builds are like violent builds. They're about efficiency. Not all of them, but most of them. So all of those monsters that were listed that makes sense on Despair, to me they would all need more efficiency. Even the Moor might need more efficiency. But the Samath needs 0. So yeah, anyway. We'll leave this one as it is. We'll move on to, next up is the Despair slot 4. So this rune right here, this is another one. I like the 22 res here. I actually do, and this is triple grindable. This has some efficiency. I think this has a place. Like, this is an amazing Rika rune, right? This is actually an amazing Rika rune. Yeah, we've got enough targets. We've got enough targets, bro. I just needed to be sold on there being a use case for it, because I didn't see a great use case for it, but I think the Samath is a use case. There were others, like a lot of the other monsters you guys mentioned, I think those are weaker use cases. What up, Michael? How you doing, bro? I apologize for missing that first message. Apparently I'm falling behind. That's like the third person who gave me that same, or you guys just all decided to troll me today. I don't know. It's one or the other. One or the other. But what up, bro? How you doing, man? I actually like this rune. I think you gem attack % over crit damage. This works for Rika. There's actually a good number of, this works for Nana. Really high base speed. Like high base speed Despair monsters or Despair monsters that don't need to be built fast. So I think there's use cases for that rune. We can move past that. So next up we've got a Despair slot 6 HP. Now this one, which Despair unit is run with resistance? Rika. That would be the first one that comes to mind. There's other units that you can run. Rika and Nana. Rika and Nana are both run with resistance. So that's two that come to mind immediately. I think a resistance Iris is not a bad thing, even though she's usually not run with resistance because she's stat high. That's the only reason. But if you run a slower Iris, like maybe a slow troll siege defense Iris, then resistance is a great thing to add. And then there's other units that you could find too if we went through the box. Charlotte and some of the comps she's being used in these days would make sense with resistance as well. Alright, so next up we have got this rune right here. So HP, crit rate, crit damage, attack, and speed. If this was like, if this was defense percent, this would be pretty amazing on Taurus rune, but on Taurus doesn't need the speed. Now, the flip side to this is a pretty efficient rune. We've got 2 into crit damage, 1 into crit rate, 1 into speed. It doesn't synergize with the innate resistance. Here's the real question. What does our overall slot 6 HP look like? So this 22 speed, this is basically 22 speed with no stats. It's 14 speed. So we have a huge drop off here. This is a toughie for me. This one's honestly kind of tough for me. I feel like this is a unique enough gold rune that we should probably keep it. I also feel like you have missing despair runes. So let's see if you have something without innate that we could re-up instead. Like this rune I actually don't really like all that much, but you need the speed because you just don't have speed. This is just a straight sell, honestly. There's no value in doing anything with this rune. And then this drops out to heroes. So do we re-up this or not? Re-up this or not? I mean, this works for like a... It's slow to use for like a Charlotte, but this actually works if you did run a Despair Poseidon. It works there. Alright, well then let's, we'll help you out. Bro, see, the thing is, like, you have literally no slot 6 Despair HPs that are, like, particularly good. This is the best of them. This is honestly a better rune than this, though. If I'm gonna re-up one of them, I would re-up this one. And if I re-up this one, I'm straight up speed chasing. And I don't think we're at a point where we should be speed chasing. So I'm gonna leave those 2 runes alone and just say farm out a better target. Alright, so next up we've got a Vio 2 attack percent. I know you just said you've been in Giant, so I'm not trying to troll. Obviously you'll get the better target when it drops, but I just mean let's wait for a better target. Instead of saying farm out a better target, let's wait for a better target. This is the wrong Odin rune. Oh no, it's Odin and RTA. I keep forgetting I loaded the RTA JSON. So we're looking... Whoa, what just happened there? There we go. We're looking for crit rate, under attack, it's 10 crit rate. This is actually a pretty good rune. This just needs an HP gem. A blue HP gem. If you have a blue one, I'll throw it in. Go ahead. Okay. So that's a good rune. That just needs an HP gem. By the way, just to show you guys where we stand in the JSON, and if you're wondering why we're starting to run into stuff that we're not actually upgrading, so I sorted by reverse efficiency, and we're getting into the higher efficiency runes, and so that's why a lot of these are turning into they're turning into runes that we don't want to re-up, right? But we've also only looked at slots 2, 4, 6. We have tons more units, tons more re-up units. So this cocky rune right here, let's just kind of look through the JSON. Now this is actually flat attack, 27% HP with crit rate and slow. This one is a much more viable re-up target. It's slot 4 attack, but I'm like, seriously, no lie, I have been finding myself desperately wishing I had some better slot 4 attack HP and slot 4 attack Bio and Will runes lately. For monsters like Dominic, man. Monsters like Dominic, even a monster like Masha, you get the crit rate through subs, high attack. Like, they've done enough diversification in the game that I feel like there's a place for a couple of good slot 4 attacks. What up, Brozar? Thank you very much, man. So let's go ahead and give this one a hit. Let's go ahead and give this one a hit. And then of course there's always Bomber runes. What up, Justin? How's it going, man? Oh, this is better, right? This is better. We're trading 13 HP for crit rate, crit damage, and then you just gem into speed. So this is an upgrade from where we're at. We give it 2 more tries. 5's to max always. For a slot 4 attack, this is probably better. Yeah, Astro, that's where I've been kind of going back and forth. I don't love the 50 years it adds to me, but I think yeah, I'm kind of on the fence about it. This feels much better to me. So this is not like crazy efficient. Keep the HP. We're trading crit rate, crit damage for defense and flat HP. A lot of monsters that want slot 4 attack actually benefit disproportionately from flat HP. So thinking about this as like a dominant rune, this is pretty nice. And the crit damage does not have a ton of value there. On slot 4 attack, you're probably not going to have enough crit rate to subs, right? So this is definitely a better rune because it's quad grindable too. This is a rip. Yeah, that's the other thing, Wojo, is this works great for most Onimushas. I think here, so that was 5 re-ups. This is a usable rune now. I don't want to put more re-ups into it. I think here we just gem speed over crit rate, and it's a very usable rune. It's good for Onimushas, it's good for Dominic. It has use cases. It's also actually good for like an Annabelle or a Nikki. Just saying. I think it's a usable rune. It's not amazing, but since you don't have any other great slot 4 attacks, it adds depth to your blocks, to your rune blocks. That for me is a win by itself. Alright, next up is a Sacred slot 4 that, just to show you guys where we stand now on the optimizers. This Sacred slot 4 is 22 speed, but the other subs are all garbage, and this doesn't really have much use case. Like, it's an empty speed rune. It's not really usable for RTA, it's not really usable for siege defense, it's not really usable for much. 19 speed is nice, but really that's 1 speed over a blue, and then the crit damage has no value here. The flat attack has no value here, so this rune just isn't good enough. This rune is actually much more solid. So when we look at this rune right here, you gem out the HP for speed. It's super efficient. We drop from 22 speed to 14. So we lose 8 speed, and we trade that 8 speed for 20 attack, 20 defense, and 17 accuracy. That's a pretty good upgrade. I think this is almost a done deal for me. Actually, this is a done deal for me. We have enough other targets. There's no reason for me to continue chasing into this. We're just gonna drop into speed. 8, please. Of course not. I'll let you regem that later. I should stop gemming anything. Like, as good as the re-apps are, is how bad the gems are today. That's exactly what it is. Re-apps are amazing, and the gems are amazingly bad. Alright, so here we've got this rune I think we're gonna keep. I just want to see it in game. Actually, this rune kind of hurts, doesn't it? For an accuracy rune, you kind of need to regen the speed, but then you don't want to keep the resistance unless it's on Rika. That's like, yeah, this one hurts. This one hurts. But I would rather, if I'm going to regem a slot 6, I would rather regem that one, honestly. Or re-app, sorry, I would rather re-app that one. I'd also rather re-up this one. I think both of these are better targets. This one has very limited use case, but it does have use case. Can't really use it on a Moor because it's too slow. You can't really use it on any stripper because it's too slow. So it's basically like Rika Nana. Rika Nana. That's about it. Accuracy Praha maybe, but you don't really need to run oracles. Praha needs more accuracy than Juno. But because they don't have 100% activation rate, I generally don't put a lot of accuracy on either Praha or Juno. Rika does not need crit rate, you're right. Yeah, there's just like no use case here. Short of just gemming out the resistance and sucking it up, there's just no use case there. Let's see what this one... Well, that makes this easier. That actually makes this easier. This is a better version of the one that has innate. That legitimately just made the decision so much easier because now we still have what we need. You know what? I'm afraid. I'm legitimately afraid to use the legend. Yeah, I'm just like the gems are so freaking bad. I'm not gonna use it, but we're just gonna put that in there for now. That was pretty OP. That was pretty OP. Just that it made our decision easier because now we don't need to keep this rune anymore. Whoa. We also don't need to plus 15. Where'd the stats go, bro? Sadly, this is better. Well, where'd the stats go? Mineral into the crit damage, basically. Lucky sevens. And again, lucky sevens. Man, this rune is cursed, isn't it? This rune is legitimately cursed. I feel like that was 5. Alright, this is the last one, man. This is the last one. I am so glad I went one more. I am so glad I went one more. Okay. Now we're good. Now we're good. No attack gems, no defense gems. I would gem attack in there. I would gem attack in there. There we go. That's solid. Okay, that's solid. So now we've got 60. We only lost 6 crit rate, and we gained all the other stuff we needed, and then we pulled the 24 crit rate one right there as well. This one, I don't love the no innate here. I think the attack was. Did I miss an attack gem, or was it immemorial? Because I'm not going to use immemorial. Yeah, so that's immemorial. When I say there's no attack gem, we're not going to use immemorial on despair. Those need to go to violent only. You can gem in 10 speed, so this is actually a better route. I think 8 voices should always have been first in points, bro. To be fair, I think 8 voices would always be first. Alright, this is better than it was before, and I don't want to do too many re-apps on no innate, especially because we have 2 good accuracy runes. So we'll stop with it there. We'll stop with it there. That's pretty. That's good enough. Honestly, like with the Kraka here, which one? This one or this one? 24. This is a usable. This is usable on Kraka. This is probably better though. This is quite solid for Kraka. No, I think 8 voices is like 150,000 points or something like that. You can do. I think it's top points. I think it's this. $176 and then Sim at 153. Tariq still has one. Wow, Tariq still has 123. Shmu at 122. I didn't realize there were so many people with so many points. All right, so next up we've got a Bio 2 HP. Is it HP? Yeah, Bio 2 HP. This one might not be a bad rune. I think we might keep this one. Let's see. 20 speed, 14 res, triple grindable. Yeah, this is actually a really solid rune. We just need to put defense over the crit rate. Not legend. It's not really worth legend. So you just need a purple defense over the crit rate. That's quite a solid rune. I'm positive you cannot, bro. We will not be giving out 75,000 points for that. All right, next up we've got a Revenge 6 HP. This one's kind of a conundrum, because it rolled super efficient, and it's got 16 speed to boot, but it's not grindable anywhere. Like, you got the speed grind, and then I guess you can change the resistance to attack, and this is probably a pretty usable rune, because this is 90% now. So this cracks 100% with 20 speed. I think we keep this. Just gem attack percent over the res. We have attack percent left. We don't, only defense. Yeah, so gem attack percent over the res. That's a usable rune. And then the last one, we have a slot 4 crit rate revenge rune, which this looks like a really good rune. I think this is just lacking in gem as well. This just needs an attack percent gem as well. This is a pretty strong rune. So no reason to mess with that one. So that's going to take us out of the slot 2, 4, 6. And it's going to bring us over to, we'll do now 1, 3, 5. So we got a Vio 3. This one's actually this rune right here. So this is quad grindable. This will crack 100% with 19 speed. I think that rune is actually pretty good how it is. This one though, the Vio 5, this rune is actually a hot mess. So we're going to move over to that Vio 5 next. This is 39 flat attack. So let's do flat attack. That's this one right here. First try this. 4 accuracy. 8. See this would be quad grindable. I see why it's kept, but this would be quad grindable. What would the actual efficiency be on this? If you just gemmed in the speed, I feel like there's a little potential for better. It's like just a little on the downside. It would be quad grindable, which is nice, but it's just a little on the downside. Oh. Yeah, bro, Ace. All right, well, to be fair, this is also quad grindable, but now we've got 18 speed, and all of these rolls are max, so even though you would actually be gemming out 2 rolls, the efficiency on this side is pretty insane. Like here, you'd also be gemming out 2 rolls, but you don't have the same efficiency or the 18 speed, so this is a pretty big upgrade. But now the question is, this side, I feel like even gemming out 2 rolls, we keep this. Like seriously. Even gemming out the 2 rolls. So I'm gonna show you guys, let's take a look, not just showing you, let's show me. Let's actually check what this rune would look like when it's fully gemmed and grinded. So in this case, if we put just max heroes, we would have 15% defense, we would have 15% HP, we would have 16% attack with a mid-roll gem, and then we would have 22 speed, and that rune becomes 107% efficiency. So I think, even though this is literally a blue rune, once you gem out the 2 rolls, it's literally blue. 107% efficiency is still pretty insane, and especially when you've got 22 speed. So at this point, plus we have the legend here. So this is what if you keep the flat? So if you keep the flat and you grind it, that becomes 84 flat defense. On most monsters, that's about 12%. And then when you regem the defense, yeah, so I mean, you could do this for like a defense scaling monster if you wanted to keep the flat. But for most monsters, what you would be gaining, you'd be getting about 12%. So just as an example, you would get like 12% defense by keeping the flat defense. If you had 80 defense on a monster with 600 base, 650 base. Now, if you regem the defense percent, you maybe gain 3 more. Conversely, if we do the attack percent with a legend, we could get maybe 18-19% attack. So we're getting like 6 to 7% more on the attack side as opposed to 3% more on the defense side. So from an efficiency perspective, the attack just gives us slightly more value. And then attack is also just a little bit more useful than defense right now. All right, bro, so we've got 2. I should not use the legends. We've been so bad with the legends. I don't feel like I want to actually gem this. I don't feel like the freaking gems have been as bad as the reaps have been good. So I'm not actually gonna. All right, he says do it. He says do it. All right. Come on, don't fail us. Yeah, that's all right. This is still a pretty OP rune, man. This is still honestly a pretty OP rune. That was nice. Come on, 10. And then this one actually you may regem, so I'm not even gonna use the legend there, but. Let me take a quick look. I want to make sure. me see. I know you said like... Alright, so that's 26. That's waiting for legend. Yeah, I think we're not gonna put the legend on this one for now. Where is it? Right here? Right here. Yeah, we're just gonna go hero. You have other runes that need the legend speed grind first. But that's what that ring looks like. That's still pretty OP. So, Iron Scare King, I talked about this earlier in stream. The thing with will runes, is the music loud? I can turn it down just a little bit more on my side. The thing with will runes, I think, honestly, I think the issue with the music, I have to go with, I need to, at some point, I need to start using headphones. Because I think what happens is when the volumes of the songs are all moderated as far as what plays into stream, but I also play some music on my side because it's just weird to talk in a silent room otherwise. And when the volume of the song changes, I think the microphone picks up my speakers. So I might just honestly need to start using headphones. Anyway, turn the music down a little bit for now. Well, the music's almost off. Is the music still loud on my side? Because now there's like, it's like 1 decibel on my side. I can barely hear it. So if the music's still loud, then it's a filter issue. Problem is, we seem to adjust the filters every stream. That's still cutting off a little, isn't it? There we go. Music's pretty loud still. All right, let me try and adjust the filter. Okay, wait a second. The filters Oh, never mind. Here we go. Edit filters. Okay, so we got the limiter. How's that, guys? How's that? Cool. All right, lost my train of thought. Oh, Iron Scare asked me about will runes. So the reason will runes are not displayed is because most of us have been focused on will runes for many years, but will runes are fading out of the meta a little bit. And most of us have not focused on other runes that have become much more useful. So generally speaking, while I don't think it's bad to re-up will runes, I don't prioritize them any longer because I think most of us are deeper in will runes than we are in other sets that we're going to want to use, like Destroy and Revenge and even Despair, stuff like that. So that would be why the will runes are not shown right now. If we had no other targets, then I would go to will runes. The 2 that are not shown right now are Will and Swift. So if we had no other targets, then the next thing I would do would be to go to the Will and the Swift, but I want to focus on other sets first. Astro, they're not out of the meta, they're just not the meta. So there's places for will runes, but you don't have to have will on every single monster anymore. Shield, Destroy, a little bit of Nemesis, they've all started to have a place in the meta. Part of it is that everything freaking strips now. So having will runes against all monsters that strip is not really that effective. And then part of it is, honestly, is account sales. There's so many Giannas in the game now that sometimes not having will runes can be an advantage. So Gal, I actually use will on Juno. I just switched my Juno to will this morning, and that's because of Masha. So again, it's like some monsters need will, some don't. Last season I ran my Riley on Nemesis all season long. This season I've got Riley on will, and I kind of feel like I like the Riley more on Nemesis. But Juno, I feel like she needs the will because Juno gets countered by Masha a lot, and then Masha pushing back Juno offsets the new speed buff that she got. Bro, congrats on the 25 speed, Big D. Like I said, they're not gone, they're just less. Less in the meta, but they're not gone from the meta. Alright, so next rune up is, let's see, we've got a Destroy slot 1 that's actually pretty ugly. This one right here. This is not I take it back, this is not ugly. Now that I look at it, sometimes when you see a rune in the optimizer and you see like, oh, it's only 6 speed or whatever, but this is actually a pretty nice rune. This is quad grindable. I just regen the speed on this, and I feel like this is a pretty solid rune. Yeah, turn 2 teams are still a thing to a certain extent. It's just like it always was. It's harder to play turn 2 than turn 1. But there is a lot of monsters now that can counter a lot of the turn 1 meta. So monsters like Haygang, monsters like Moore, monsters like obviously Triple Revenge Vertihile, Riley, who has a skill that can't be reset and can cleanse and heal and attack buff. So there's more counters to turn 1 now. Turn 1 still, I believe, still has an inherent advantage. But I think turn 1 bruiser teams are probably the strongest teams right now. So if you have the runes to play a turn 2 team as a turn 1 team, that's probably the strongest overall team. That would still involve using a monster like Oliver for a 33 speed lead. It would still involve having a second speed lead prepared to bring into that team, but if you can run like a really fast Molong or a really fast Dominic, along with enough damage to gain that snipe ability, and then mix in like a Nana or some other stuff, that's probably the best type of team right now. So it's like a turn 1.5 team is what I've called them for a long time. So like a turn 1 team, generally, like a pure turn 1 team is playing mostly Swift, or it's playing super fast Fire or Despair with a couple of Swift units mixed in. A turn 2 team is playing basically no speed leads and slower Vile runes. A turn 1.5 team is playing fast, Violent, and Despair with a couple of Swift units mixed in and a couple of speed units mixed in. That's kind of what I'm doing right now as a turn 1.5 team. I don't like it. I still miss turn 2. I love turn 2, but I don't feel like I can compete effectively enough as a pure turn 2. So I think I could compete as turn 1. I'm not good at it, and I would need to practice and get better over time. All of my LDs, like basically all of my LDs are screaming go turn 1. I have all the fastest strippers in the game. I have Wunsa, I have Laura, I have Pontos, who's not a stripper, but speed lead, invincibility. I have all the turn 1 units, except I don't have Nephthys or Gianna. Which if I had Nephthys or Gianna combined with my other LDs, then it'd be a different story. But like I have all these LDs that are screaming go turn 1, and I freaking hate turn 1. Absolutely freaking hate turn 1. So I'm compromising right now and playing like a turn 1.5. AK, thank you, man. I appreciate that, bro. Yeah, I just re-signed my lease. Absolutely love the house. Sky, I don't know if that's exactly a brag or not, because I don't have that many that I can use, and I don't have that many that I like. and I mean, with Nikki now, it's harder for me to say I don't have that many that are good, but because I do have 3 that are pretty good now. I don't have any of the top ones, but I have 3 that are legitimately pretty good. But I have a lot of ones that are total trash too. Laura, Van Cliff, they're legit D tier units. Wunsa, if you play turn 1, Wunsa is really useful at times, but if you play turn 2, then Wunsa is totally useless, so stuff like that. I got Nikki 2 days ago, Devin. I got Nikki 2 days ago. Alright, so that rune is not going to be... I think that rune's pretty good how it is. We're not going to re-amp that one. Let's take a look at this. Next up, we've got a Despair. This is pretty ugly. This is the right rune, right? Yeah, this is pretty ugly. This is definitely a re-amp target. Yeah, Van Cliff legitimately got nerfed. Like, they were trying to buff him, and they legitimately nerfed him. Oh! Bro! That's strong. That's another quad, though. That's our second 29% attack quad. That's our second 29% attack quad. Like, what are the odds of that? Sky, you've got 3 LDs. And your Nephthys is better than any of my LDs. You've got 3 LDs, and you've got one that's better than any of mine, so... What up, Tally? Yeah, man, so that's the thing, though. Like, if they had 110 base speed, they would be completely busted. That's the whole point. Like, they'd be uncounterable. Also, Sky, the Mana, I see Mana getting used, and I think Mana compared, or Mana combined with Nephthys would actually be pretty strong. So Michael, that'd be Julienne, I assume, because Julienne is still my favorite. Like, Volantis is arguably better than Julienne, and Nikki is arguably better than Julienne, but Julienne is still my favorite. I can use Julienne in more places, and I use him better than the others, because Volantis and Nikki both want to be turn 1, and I don't want to be turn 1. So Julienne just fits me. Definitely my favorite. He's probably the third strongest of what I have, but he's by far and away my favorite. Well, Vlad, yeah, I've seen some, honestly, some pretty useful comps with him, bro, because he's got the Oki skill too, so if you get stripped into AoE defense break with then a reset and like a crit damage build, he's got some pretty strong comps. I still want Ragdoll more. Actually, if I try and use the Nikki, Ragdoll's going to be a problem for me for the first time ever. So when I was testing Nikki in RTA, like every other draft, they would bring Ragdoll in against me, and it was just like, it was so much trouble. Ragdoll was never an issue for me before because I never played AoE stuff, but Ragdoll counters Nikki hard. Bro, congrats on the C1, Amar. Alright, so this one we're definitely keeping. I would probably say, this is so tough. Do we want 5 more crit rate or like 2 more speed? I feel like you probably want the crit rate here. Because of the attack percent, I think you deal with this being 6 speed, and I think we go crit rate here. Yeah, I mean, this just, especially because this rune, like, if you gem in the speed, it's going to be too slow still to go on a more. This is a great Nana-style rune, right? This is also great for Rika, because the high attack is good for additionals. It's great for Charlotte. But if you're playing a turn 1 Charlotte, then it's going to be, like, I don't know that there's a huge difference between 13 speed and 11 speed at that point.
Good old fade out.
You know what, Devin?
Sorry, I was like, what is he trying to do?
That's not a terrible idea, but the thing is, most despair monsters are going to be either turn 2 or turn 1.5. There's not a lot of despair monsters that can play turn 1, so the HP actually adds value here. I don't think I would want to get rid of, potentially 14 to 17% HP for crit damage in this case, because you can crit damage out of your artifacts, but you can't get crit damage, you can't get HP out of your artifacts, other than the flat sense, obviously. Yeah, I would go crit rate here, bro. I'll leave this up to you, though, because I don't know what comps you're playing. You could make a case to just regen the speed. You can make a case to regen the crit rate. I feel like those are your 2 major options. But you could also make a case to gem crit damage over... You could also make a case to gem crit damage over HP as well. My fastest despair, I don't know that this is my fastest possible, but the fastest that I run right now is on my Volantis at 181. This is despair will. So this is the fastest that I'm running right now. But this rune right here is so slow. So the problem for me is the despair slot 6. The problem for me is the despair slot 6. This rune is just so slow. It really holds me back. My Dominic right now is built like this. Yeah, Devin, we all have those slots where it's just... I wish I had a re-app. I wish I could re-app on my account right now. Definitely crit damage not needed. Crit rate is helpful, but it all depends, because it depends on if you're trying to get the damage out of his skill 2, or if you're trying to get the damage out of his passive, or both. So if you're running a YOLO Dom, then you would get him on some crit rate with super high attack, and the attack is going to give you more off the passive than the crit damage, because the crit damage only gives you skill 2 damage. I would say my Dominic should probably have a little more accuracy because when he lands the brand, it's a huge difference in the damage output. So I think if I needed to make an adjustment to this build, I would like about 200 more attack and about 20 more accuracy, and I'd be willing to trade off crit rate for that. But not a lot of crit rate. I like him right around where he's at. Around 60 crit rate feels about right to me. This build is not perfect for what I want him for. I just couldn't get the runes to match up where I wanted because he's not my top priority monster. And of the monsters that are top priority for me, they just ate up the runes that I needed to get the correct Dominic build. Part of the problem is this rune, which is, it's a 30 speed rune, which is nice, but the 8 resistance doesn't fit great here, having the defense in me, right? But I don't have really any viable slot 4 attack runes. I just don't. So it's just, I can't cut the build I want because I don't have the right slot 4 attack. Devin, I generally don't bring Tessa into Ragdoll. You can, but the problem is Ragdoll is often played with like Nana and other units, and Tessa just can't get Oblivion onto everything. Plus Ragdoll's a lot of times played with Riley or other cleansers, and you just like oblivioning Ragdoll for 1 or 2 turns doesn't really shut him down enough. Plus, generally speaking, you don't target the Ragdoll first because you have to be careful to kill him and not put him in torrent range. So then the Tessa going into Ragdoll forces you to split damage. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't think Tessa's a bad pick there. I really don't. I just think he's not always the best pick and I have better options. Alright, so this rune we're definitely going to keep how it is. Eludia on Swift, Despair Swift. You know, Tally, I don't have Eludia. I don't have a ton of experience with Eludia, but I think it truly matters the comp that you're running. I think Swift, Rage, and Despair are all viable builds, depending on the comp you're running. On your account, it's going to be a question of tuning. And I feel like your account, with where your runes are, you might be better on Despair and running a little bit slower and getting some more stats on the monsters. But that's one of those things that really needs some trial and error. Like, I would honestly be running a lot of different builds, and I would be testing a lot of different builds and figuring out which ones work well, and I would be using SW Arena to track data and just really playing around with different builds to figure out where that right balance is on your account between speed and stats. Because that's the thing, you have a lot of fast runes, but you have a lot of fast runes that don't have stats, and there are enough monsters out there that can counter those fast runes that you have to have some stats with them. So it's really finding that right sweet spot for you and finding out how many stats you truly need. Because you don't need a 30k HP monster when you're playing turn 1, but you probably can't get away with a 12k HP monster either. So it's figuring out where that sweet spot is. What's the minimum HP and defense you can get away with to increase that win rate a little bit when you get cut or when you have to let a Leo through, things like that. All right. So next up we've got, oh, did we do that? Yeah, we did this rune already. So next up we've got a Revenge slot 5. I'm kind of iffy about Revenge slot 5. I feel like that might be a stretch. You don't need that many Revenge runes. A replacement for Lucian would be Zerath. That's an LD5, but he's got perfect AI. That would speed the team up a ton. I think, actually, here's the thing though. The Zerath won't be able to suicide. So maybe I'm wrong. My first thought was the perfect AI. I think Julie, Julie's got perfect AI, so if you can build a Julie that can one-shot Necro, and I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if that's possible for a Necro 12. I've never tried. But if you can build a Julie that would one-shot Necro, then maybe that would speed it up because of the perfect AI. I think there's also a double A-star team out there. That might be DB12 though. There's no real better replacement for the A-star though. Her damage is just insane. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's. I think there's one. I don't know. Yeah, off the top of my head, I don't know. Maybe if I was like sitting down and theory crafting in the moment, probably would do a little bit of research on YouTube as well to see if anybody else has come up with a faster team. I still run that team. It's still, you know, averages low 30 seconds for me, and I haven't changed any of the runes or artifacts in forever. Yeah, that was brief, bro. That was brief, but definitely happened. All right, so next up we've got this Revenge slot 5. It's a 16 speed rune with 14 accuracy and no stats. It's this one right here. I'm iffy about re-apping Revenge 5 because, like I said, there's only so many. You need a few good Revenge sets. You don't need a million good Revenge sets. This is not really any better. We're only going to do 3. I think we'll do 3. If we can improve it, awesome. If we can't, okay. This is better, right? So this actually really works for a triple Revenge Verge. We're giving up 5 speed, but this rune's not very usable. This rune has like no use case. So your best case scenario is to change out the defense for HP, and then its low efficiency really doesn't work for anybody. This rune at least has one use case, which would be a Revenge Verge. See, that doesn't make sense, bro. I don't get why. See, I have filters configured. I don't understand why the filters are not. All right, let's try bringing the game down. No, that shouldn't happen. All right, let's try this. Let's try that. Did that bring it down any? Did that bring the music down any? I think this has a better use case. So you gem this in, you're only losing 1 roll. This is low rolls, but this is really high rolls. The triple grindable, we have to keep the defense %, but this is still an upgrade. We'll give it one last one and then we'll stop here. So this is triple grindable with 24 plus 9, 33 in counting stats. This is triple grindable. There's 4.5 rolls. This is 4 rolls. But then we lose the 3% accuracy. So this side is more efficient. This side is more synergized. And the HP actually is better on the Revenge. So we'll keep this side. Yeah, guys, I feel like there's something wrong maybe with OBS then, because we've got limiters on it. You can try bringing it down further. The problem is then when we get a quiet song, there's going to be no music at all. But I just lowered them down a little bit more. Start saving my re-apps? Yes, Guy. We can definitely do a re-app session for you. Alright, I think this one is usable, and I'm really iffy about putting too many re-apps into Revenge Slot 5. So we're going to stop there. This is definitely a usable rune. It's not a great rune, but it's a usable one. So here we can easily just drop in. I think we'd rather attack %, which we're out of. So we'll throw in, we have the extra defense %. Let's make it a usable rune for now, because I also remember you had other targets. You have other targets that need the attack % that are slightly better runes. So we'll do this. Just make it a usable rune for the time being. Alright, the next option, I think there's a Vial 3. Actually, so I'm going to come back over here and show you guys what we're working with. So this one we just did. This Destroy Slot 1, 16 speed. We can gem this crit rate into HP, and this becomes quad grindable, so this is actually quite a nice rune. This one right here, the 25 res, if you regen the speed here, it's triple grindable with 25 res. That's also a very nice rune. So then we get this Despair 3 here, 16 res and 12 crit damage, has no synergy. So that's actually going to be our next target. This is also a really bad rune. This one we hadn't popped up yet, but this is no, we looked at this before. Yeah, no, this is pretty bad. We didn't look at this before. Yeah, this one's also pretty bad. So let's hit this one. That just got better. That just got much better. So the resistance I don't dislike. We got 1 here, 2 here, 1 here. All the rolls are in place. You know, we're not losing any rolls. You change this out for defense percent. It's triple grindable. It's a very efficient rune. It's not fast or anything, but it's a very efficient rune. And it'll have it'll have like there's a place in the game for it, right? It'll have a use. That was just one quick re-app, one and done. This one now would be the target we're actually looking for. This is bad either way. It doesn't actually make a difference. It's a bad rune still. Now this is not a terrible rune, it's not a great rune. So this is basically, it's either a double into res and a max double into HP or a triple into HP. But the thing here is we can regem the speed and it still gets well over 100% efficiency. So at this point I feel like this is a rune that we can just keep. We regem the speed, we finally got a gem that actually landed. Oh, we're not gonna use that. But we finally got a gem that actually landed. So this is a very efficient rune. And again, there are some despair monsters that like the resistance. This is again another monster because Rika's always run slow, or usually run slow. So this is another great rune for Rika. 30% HP, 12 res. This is actually like an awesome Rika style rune. This is also probably a pretty good Iris. If you run a slow Iris, which you can sometimes run a slow Iris for siege defense, or there's a few cases where you would run a slow Iris. Not a lot, but there's a few cases. So if you can get the resistance through subs, then you can run Rika on speed HP res. You get the resistance through subs, and you run the speed Rika on speed HP accuracy. That's what I'm trying to say. Accuracy slot 6. But you don't. You could also just have like I think we had a 31 accuracy rune that was violent, but just for example, you can also get some really high accuracy runes. So I mean, it all depends on what the optimizer spits out. But it's a Rika style rune, not specifically put that rune on Rika, right? Just it's the style of rune that you know Rika looks for that style of rune. That's what I'm trying to say. Damn, that's a nice rune. 20 speed. That is not a nice rune. Is that legend? All right. So this one, we just saw this on our journey. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Basically, it's the same rune. But we added the wasted roll into HP, we turned the resistance into accuracy, and now you can just gem the resistance out for speed. That was a pretty nice one and done. that was a pretty nice one and done that we just clicked on randomly on our path over to the correct rune, which is gonna be 12 crit rate. That's 10, so it's up around here. 11. That's a hero, right? No, that's actually a legend also. We just didn't get to that one yet. Resistance here, you would gem this out. Yeah, this is that's probably a re-up target. We'll wait till we get to that one in the optimizer. Where's the 12 crit rate rune we're looking for? It's this one, right? This is actually a good rune. This actually just needs a speed gem. This is actually a good rune. So we're gonna skip that one. Next up is a Vio 5. Yeah, this one's not a good rune. 15 with 6 crit rate in it. No, we won't. We want accuracy in it. It's this one on the Lulu, right? So we have 15 speed. We could gem in HP percent. So we could gem in HP percent. You have 2 rolls to speed, 2 rolls to defense. You get triple grindable. But the 8 resistance doesn't like fit super great here because it makes it just very inefficient use of stats. And again, and the thing is, slot 5 is where you get a lot of your efficiency out of it. So on the flip side, I was just about to say, you either want something that just like synergizes great with pure offense. This is 2 into crit rate, 1 attack, 1 crit damage. This is like a great Perna style rune. So this has a use case. There's more monsters than Perna that could use this, but this has a use case. It's not really what we want to keep as your final, but it has a use case. Now this one is way more efficient. We still get the crit rate and attack, so we'd be trading 11 crit damage for HP and defense. Actually, no, we'd be trading 11 crit damage for defense. So we're trading the crit damage for defense, because we're going to gem the defense into speed here. This winds up, even though this has lower efficiency now, because you're gemming out a flat defense, you gain, or you're gemming out a roll on a flat defense, you gain that roll back by the fact that this is triple grindable and this is only double grindable. Because here you have to regem the speed, here you gem in speed. So it's the same gem both ways, but this rune gives you a little bit more. Just because, again, you can get crit damage through your artifacts. This rune lacks synergy, or that side lacks synergy, and this is number 5. So this will be our last one on this rune. That's a tougher choice. So in all 3 cases, we're gemming in speed, right? In all 3 cases, we're gemming in speed. But here now, we're gemming out 2 rolls. We're gemming out 2 rolls, but the defense is max. The attack rolls are low, but not the lowest. They're pretty low, 6, 6, 7. So it's missing like 1% off mid-roll, right? Here you're basically 7, 7, 6, 7, so you're 1% over mid-roll, plus high roll on the crit rate. I think the crit rate side is better. This is quad grindable, and this is actually going to be more efficient. Even though you gem out the attack, this will be more efficient, but this is just better. It fits together better. So I think we'll keep that. Now I want to do one last try on this rune, because I just don't love where we settled in. Alright, so this rune is done where it's at. It's better than it started. And it's honestly probably still a future re-up target. I don't feel like this rune is really done. I don't think I would gem the speed in, honestly. It's not inefficient. It's not bad to gem the speed in, but I think we went through so many of your targets today. Like, we're actually pretty close to being done with targets with an 8. So the thing is, this is probably a future re-up target, just because we don't have that many crazy number of targets left anymore, but I don't want to put 66 re-ups into one rune. So for now, I'm going to move past it. Alright, so next up we've got a Vio 3. That rune's actually quite solid, so we'll jump back over here to the optimizer so you guys can see where I'm at. So this rune's got 17 crit rate. We can gem the speed in, so that rune's pretty good already. Then we've got a Despair 1. This has 26 crit damage. No speed, but I think you guys actually made the case now that we're talking about the Samoth. I think a rune like this has a use case, so I don't think we need to re-app it, especially because it's Despair. If we re-app that one at that point, we're pretty much speed chasing. If we're going to speed chase, I don't think that's the rune I want to speed chase on. Alright, so now we've got a Revenge slot 5. We already did one slot 5, but the other thing is this rune is actually triple grindable. So you change the flat attack to attack percent. That's a really good rune. We've got a Vio 5. This one with the 28 accuracy is pretty nice. So what I do with this one is I change the resistance here to HP percent. Even though, again, you're losing a roll, you get to keep that 28 accuracy rune, which makes it quite useful. Now we've got a Despair slot 5, crit rate, crit damage. It's slow. It really doesn't fit the model of most Despair monsters. I don't love being in a spot of doing so many slot 5s because slot 5s are the hardest to re-app. This also looks like a much better target. I feel like, because I filtered out the runes that weren't plus 12, but I think that rune is actually a better target. So let's hit this one first and then we can work on the other one. This also is going to be a pretty good target. So why don't we bring these two up to 12? I'm going to go over and do one wing on my account just so we're not waiting for rolls. We'll force the Nikki in again. We'll force the Nikki in again this match, if we can. Depending on first pick, we'll force the Nikki in. The Nikki, by the way, so I said earlier, I just summoned the Nikki 2 days ago. She's on an inventory build, so she's not optimized, she's not speed tuned. I got her and I threw runes on her right away to test her out, right? The original build I did on her was a crit rate build. I switched her, she kept getting targeted early, so I switched her to this build that she's in now. Okay, so here, I feel like I could go Leo Verd and nerf the Miles. So if I want to keep the Leo Verd option, then we're not going to use the savannah. Let's go Riley Juliet. Let's go Riley Juliet. So the problem here, the challenge that I have for my style of play is Nikki and Riley don't really synergize that great. And then not having Riley means I'm playing without immunity so often that it becomes challenging. Unless I play pure turn 1. So that's kind of the tricky thing for me. All right, you know what, Ace? You wanted Bub earlier. Let's roll out the Bub. Force ban. We lose. 100% lose. 100% loss. There's absolute. Bub was the worst possible pick right there. Bub was the worst possible pick right there. That's just unfortunate, to be fair, though. Can't really predict Veronica. I could have predicted Sekhmet, but I couldn't predict Veronica. So I've only faced her twice. I beat her both times by getting a Sekhmet through, but I think she's definitely stronger than Gianna. Just people figuring out their drafts right now. But if she lands the reset on Beelzebub, the match is over before it begins. And she did land the reset on him. So the Bella's gonna get the kill here. She's done her thing already, right? I should just go into the Shizuka now. Wow, that was just bad luck. That was just bad luck. Passive, if you're talking about the Julienne, he just got the Julienne into range to die to the dots. That's all it was. Now this is one match where Beelzebub should actually play pretty well. So if I ban the Shizuka, the Dominic plays better. Fang plays better. Would Lulu play better here? Fang. Fang is the play here. I can't find Fang. Here it is. Yeah, Fang's the play here. We need some extra sustain. Perfect. I want to risk it, but I won't risk it. I want to risk it, but I won't risk it. Rappels, we still have a bunch of reapps left actually, but we plus 12 some runes, so I did a couple of I said I would do a couple of wings while we were waiting for the runes to finish plus 12ing. Oh, defense break would have been... Oh, we still got one more chance. Yeah, so that should finish it. No! Squishy Leo! Oh, okay, lucky. Alright, yeah, that was actually kind of lucky. That I was able to get the Leo killed there. I did not think the bird would bring him into torrent range from like 80% health. That could have turned the fight right there. I didn't have another good hit though. I mean, I guess I could have gone into the Artemeal, but with the defense buff, I don't know, maybe... Going into the Artemeal was probably the better play. I could have lost that by going into the Leo there. I just didn't expect him to be so squishy, man. Who builds a Leo so squishy that a Verd can do 70% with no defense break? That's that's kind of insane. Yeah, Vlad. MJ, what up, bro? Thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. All right, guys, so we got 2 reap targets here. This is what we were waiting for. We were plus 12 in these, so this will be the first of the 2 reap targets, both to spare slot 5. This side's actually better. Not good, but still better. This side's kind of interesting. This is actually, I could see this being a pretty legit on Taurus Rune, man. I could see this being a pretty legit on Taurus Rune. Vlad dropping the member chat says Fang on triple defense or speed double defense. Vlad, you should know my answer to that. The actual slots don't matter, it's the build that matters. So Fang with somewhere between plus 90 and plus 110 speed is where I like it. Whether that's high speed subs on triple defense, I think my Fang may actually be like on a defense or on an HP rune. I think you may have an HP rune in there. I'll just flip over real quick and show you my build. This is the Fang build. This is the Fang build that I run for RTA. So I think he's maybe 2k HP low. I wonder if an artifact got changed. No, he's got HP artifacts. Let's see, defense. Actually, so mine is on defense, defense, res. Mine's on defense, defense, res. Yeah, the res is really key for Fang. Because if you think about, well, the 60 accuracy came from his recent buff. I don't know if 60 is maybe a little high. I might shift the build a little bit. So he was at 35, and then I think 35 felt low to me. I feel like somewhere around 50, 45, 50 is the right accuracy. 40 to 50 is the right accuracy range for Fang. More is not bad, but I'd rather have more HP on my Fang. So I probably will shift that build a little bit to account for his awakening change. But something like that. But the res is really key for Fang, in my opinion, because of where you use him. You use him into a lot of monsters, like you use him into bruiser comps, where a lot of times the opponents are not built with high accuracy. Like I use him to counter things like Diana and Mo Long. Mo Long will usually have 40-50 accuracy, but that's not 100, and it's elemental disadvantage. Diana usually hurts with accuracy, so resistance makes sense when you are facing monsters that are not built with high accuracy. Resistance makes, like, you wouldn't care about resistance if you just use Fang to counter Chung Pong. But when you use Fang to counter Diana, it matters a lot. Alright, so this rune I genuinely like and dislike at the same time. I think maybe it's just a little short. The 27 res is quite nice actually, but just doesn't have enough other stats. This side though, it's not an upgrade, so that was 4, so this is the last one. I won't hate on it if we have to keep the 27 res, which we do. So in this case, what you're gonna do, if this lands on, this could honestly be like a resistance on Taurus, which is a thing. Resistance on Taurus is a giant headache. So Mr. Wom, we have plenty of other targets though. That's the thing. This is a usable rune and we have plenty of other targets. Yeah, this is pretty OP Halphus rune. So Devin's right. This would be an OP Halphus rune. This would be an OP Artemil rune. This would be, this works for a lot of units. So I don't hate on the 27 res. It honestly does. It still works as a Rika style rune. Like this is the third big resistance sub we got. So depending on who this goes with, if it's a 0 speed rune, then you're just gonna put HP over crit damage. If you do need speed on it, which I honestly wouldn't even try and build this rune for speed. I don't think it makes sense. It's not gonna synergize. So I think in all use cases, you put HP over the crit damage, just gonna grind the flat defense. So we'll do this just so you know where we're going with it. We'll grind this, well, we can't grind this, but yeah, I would just put HP over the speed. Alright, this rune is also kind of a hot mess. We'll give this one more shot, or give this one a shot. This is actually a really usable on Taurus rune, but the wasted roll into flat defense hurts. And on Taurus doesn't need as... Oh, okay. Quad grindable. We lose a roll. It's not crazy efficient, but quad grindable's quad grindable. This will still hit 110% efficiency. Like you gem in the speed, and this is still 110% efficiency. I'm fine with that. I don't think we have a whole lot of despair targets left, so this probably should get your legend speed. I'm not going to use it yet because we may have more despair targets, but this should probably just get a legend speed, and it'll come in somewhere around 110, 107 to 112, something like that, depending on the grinds. Alright, so this one we did already. Now the original rune, when we started down this path of Despair slot 5s, the original rune we were looking for has 13 defense flat, so it's actually the one on Antares now. And this rune doesn't really fit the profile of a Despair rune because you don't do a lot of pure damage dealers. And the way you would modify this rune is by changing the HP to attack percent, and then it would just be an empty stat. And generally speaking, Despair monsters don't just go YOLO damage. So this becomes a decent target because it just doesn't synergize. That's like triple in defense. We already have a better resistance rune, so this is just like a worse version of the rune we just re-apped, in which case I would rather still keep the YOLO damage build over just a worse version of the same rune we just got. Same thing here, this got speed but no other stats. So that was 3, this would be 4. Now this is a much more interesting rune. This actually is probably a keeper right here. So we've got 2 into accuracy, 2 kind of low rolls into accuracy, but this fits the build of a lot of different Despair monsters. Even though the efficiency is utter crap here, like the efficiency is legitimately utter crap because it's for a slot 5, you have nothing to regem, and you can regem HP. That's your best case scenario is to regem HP. Yeah, I think we just keep this. For slot 5, this has a use case. It's crap efficiency, but it has a real use case. Like Mr. Wom said, it's a Rika rune, but this works. It's not just limited to Rika. This fits the profile of a lot of Despair type monsters. Turn 2 Despair, obviously, and the resistance means you have to be playing a resistance build. But if you are playing any kind of resistance build Despair monster, this works because I'm not as worried about the defense, and Despair monsters don't as often need crit rate or attack. Sometimes they do, but not as often. So we have kind of like the 4 key stats for a turn 2 Despair style monster. Dowley, that's awesome, bro. Really glad, man. Really glad that you were able to progress a little bit. That's really awesome, man. You're very welcome for the advice, and yeah, hopefully Martina. You know what? At this point, I like give up on Martina. I'll be happy if I just get Deborah, man. I would have so much fun with Deborah, and that's the only two Dark 4 stars I'm missing now are Martina and Deborah. So obviously, I'd rather Martina at this point on principle of anything else, but since I don't think I'm ever getting Martina, let's just hope for Deborah. Alright, let's see here. So this rune right here, slot 3, 27 crit damage. Just gem the crit rate into speed and use it with a crit rate rune. Definitely usable rune. Bio 5, 28 accuracy. We're going to keep that. We've got another Bio 5, 12 accuracy, regemmable speed. I actually think this is a usable rune. Vlad, honestly, you could build 2 for offense and 1 for defense, because the defense build is not as good for offense. I actually pulled the 3rd Molly, but I can't really build 3 Mollies for defense, man. Three separate plus 176 bio sets drains me a lot. Oh, bro, that hurts, Axe. I mean, realistically, the LD Lightning is like, you know, your odds are you should have had 1 LD Spark and you should have had 1 Nat 5. But it still hurts, man. It still hurts. Vlad, that's another one. Iris is actually useful to have multiples because you can do a crit damage Iris and just use her for TOA and then never have to move the runes. Yeah, but the thing is, Devin, I would never use Molly on offense. She's defense only, which is part of the problem because it's draining 3 of my fastest bio sets on defense. But you can't put her on defense with triple energy. Justin, I think the new guild content, I'm interested to see how it shakes out. I feel like it's got potential. The whole group thing where you only have 1 hour to attack, that's really interesting, but I don't know how easy that's going to be to coordinate. I'm curious what they're going to be doing with the, like ranking systems and stuff. So I feel like we don't have enough information yet. Even though it was a long, detailed dev note, I feel like we need to see it in game. The example I gave earlier is 2v2 Arena. I was super excited for and it didn't work out. Inner server battle I wasn't excited for and I think it was an amazing addition to the content. So it's one of those things that it's kind of hard to tell. What I would be interested, what I feel like they probably need to do is make 2 separate time windows and then just put the score together, but we don't really know how it's gonna come together. John, I think I would like 2v2. I just, it's too time consuming to try and coordinate, and then the queue times. And that's why it didn't work out for me, is queue times. Alright, so let's see. Next up we've got a Bio 3. This one is, it's not bad, honestly. Like, this crit rate is very flexible. It's triple grindable rune. It's efficient. That one's solid. Bio 5, this is a quad grindable rune, so that one's already solid. Another Bio 5. This one's got 23 speed and no stats. But I don't know that I want to re-app this, because this is actually 20 speed plus 3, so it can still be grinded faster. I think maybe we keep that. You just have to deal with the crappy stats and gem the resistance into HP. That's probably what I do. Okay, Despair 3, accuracy, resistance, speed, and you gem the crit damage over to HP. You've got a lot of Despair resistance. Now you need to summon an Artemis. Okay, we've got a Revenge 1. This is triple grindable, very efficient, so I think we keep that. Alright, so we've moved kind of into that point. What we're going to do now is we're actually going to change this to look for anything that has crit damage and resistance together, because that's 2 subs that just rarely fit together. And then we're going to see if there's anything that has multiple rolls of each. So there's a Despair 1, 88%, that has multi-rolls of each with low speed. So we're going to go to that one next. We're going to go crit damage res, we're looking for 6 speed, so that's this one. So this is a rune that actually rolled very efficient, and I know we've been taking a lot of resistance runes, but having to gem out the crit damage reduces the value of this rune because we're gemming out the extra roll and we have low speed. If it was one or the other, if it had more speed, but we didn't have to gem out the, if we could regem the speed or something, it would have been different. But the rune just generally lacks synergy. This, on the other hand, has awesome synergy, has everything we need. And remember I said I wanted to save this just in case we needed it later? Well, that's where we need it. Why do I use your gems, bro? Why do I use your gems? I am not... Okay, that's it. No more gems this stream. No more gems this stream. But, great re-app. Crappy gem, but great re-app. Alright, so we take that off the list. There is a Bio 3, 7 crit damage, 14 res. That's a solid rune. There is a Bio 3 with 19 accuracy, 12 crit damage, 8 res. So this is another rune. This rune actually rolled to 90% efficiency, which makes it pretty easy to not even see that it's there as a re-app target. But when you look at the rune in the game, you can tell it's super efficient, but it's super trash. It's super trash. So this is also a great re-app target. That is actually perfect. That is actually perfect. Another speed gem that you need. I'm not gemming anything else, but this is really high rolls, crit damage with the crit rate innate. This will work great with a slot 4 crit rate rune. This is pretty really nice, actually. It's really nice, super efficient. A little bit low on the defense, but that's okay. Yeah, really efficient rune. And I think the last one we've got, there's a Destroy 3, but that rune's actually pretty solid. So, alright, so where we stand now, we have gone through every other rune on your account other than Swift and Will. So now we're just going to we're going to clear all this out, and we're going to load back in Swift and Will, and then from there we can just go to Legend No Innate. Dude, we went through such an insane amount of runes, such an insane amount of runes today. All right, so we're going to go lowest efficiency. There's a shield 2 HP. We're probably I don't want to do shield 2 HP. That's oops, that's why it came up. Okay, so there's a shield 4, there's a swift 4 HP. I think that's, that one for me is a little bit of a stretch because we're speed chasing and there's other swift runes, if you're doing a slot 1 or a 3 or a slot 6 attack there's other swift runes that don't have to be 30 speed that just need crit rate and crit damage to make good offensive builds. When you do a swift slot 4 HP, you're kind of locked into speed chasing. So, the thing with this rune is it's absolutely unusable right now. I'd like to see if we could just make it usable and then stop. And then you can keep it as a future, or we could just roll 17 speed. Why not? It's actually, this is actually a terrible rune, but at least it's 17 speed with 1 re-app, so that's good enough. That is more than good enough. It's an upgrade. Alright, so now we're looking for 10 speed crit damage. Actually, this is Legend, right? We have 2 crit damage runes we're going to hit. Is this a better version of the same thing? It actually is a little better, because we lose 1 speed, but it's slightly better because it has actual stats with it. This, however, is much better because you can regem in 10 speed, technically. Neither of them, it's still not great. Still not great. Okay, this sucks because it has no attack percent. I think what you actually do here is gem the defense percent to attack percent, but it's more usable. All right, what we're gonna do now, guys, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break, and I will be right back. So we'll be right back on the quick restroom break. No, Vlad. I would run. I would definitely run the Dominic after Kiki because of the potential for defense breaks. There we go. All right. I feel like this is probably pretty reasonable for Legend. No innate. This has a use case. It's just you're gonna. It's weird. It's gonna feel weird, but you're gonna gem out the defense percent for attack percent, but then you get the speed, crit rate, attack percent. It has a use case. It's not a great one, but it has a use case. Now this is the rune we were actually looking for, I believe. Yeah, this is the rune we're actually looking for. This is a much better target. So that's one reason I left that other rune. This actually has a use case here. So there's a lot of monsters that need that accuracy. You gem in the speed. This is done, bro. This is done. There's a lot of monsters. This is an efficient use of stats. So it's a low roll crit rate, but we have crit rate, attack, accuracy, and speed. It's the 4 things you want on a crit damage rune. We gem in the speed, it becomes like a 14, 15 speed rune, whatever we get. Why do I keep using your gems? Please be 8. Thank you. Yeah, this is actually a pretty legitimately usable Swift rune. So not every Swift rune has to be 30 speed, only the runes on your boosters have to be 30 speed. This could be amazing on like a Poseidon that needs accuracy and everything else, and like maybe you can get slot 6 attack instead of accuracy type thing. I would honestly, Vlad, I would have strippers in front of Kiki, and then I would have Kiki acting before everything else, because Kiki gives the defense breaks that sets up other stuff. Okay, now there's a Swift 6 attack percent. This is 816 flat HP. Six crit rated innate. That's what we're looking for. 6 crit rated innate. It's this one. Yeah, 6 speed, no stats, no crit rate, none of the stuff we actually need. What up, Noir? How you doing, man? That honestly fits so well with that crit damage rune that I feel like we keep this here. Like, you get 50 plus accuracy from those 2 runes, and yes, they're slow, but now, I mean, they still, yeah, bro, that's pretty sick. What up, Shane? How you doing, man? All right, could I actually make 2 of these gems in a row work? I don't love the HP here, but the reality is the crit rate's already innate, right? So we have crit rate, crit damage, accuracy, and speed. It's the 4 things that we want. So the HP is not the worst thing ever. I wish this extra roll of HP went into crit damage. That's kind of about it. But yeah, bro, that's all right. So we'll leave that to you to regem. We'll leave that one to you to regem when you pull a better gem. But this is this actually, those 2 runes put together is pretty freaking insane, man. And it's not like it's terrible to have HP on Poseidon, but between this and whatever you can pull off a slot 2, so that's 21 accuracy. What was the other one? The other one was 25. So you get 46 accuracy off those 2 runes, and then you can probably pull 20 off of slot 1. That's it. That's a max build right there. You could actually pull 20 off of innates also, or off of an artifact. So that's a max accuracy build on a slot 6 attack rune. That's actually quite insane. All right, so next up we've got a Will slot 6 HP. Not what we were looking for, but terrible rune, so this will work. Okay, this is, it's unfortunate, but I think we gem out the crit rate for defense percent here, and this is a great support rune. I think we also had defense percent gems, right? Yeah. I really should stop doing that. Okay, that one worked out. That one worked out. This is, for a one and done, this is actually really nice. Got everything it needs. This is a great support rune, like a great Lulu, Riley style support rune where we don't need the attack percent. So the extra flat actually has value. A 20 speed, 14 resistance is great. Great balanced rune. Especially for a one and done that was a useless rune before. All right, so next up we've got another Swift 6 attack. This time we are looking for 54 flat defense. This should be an easy rune to improve upon. Yeah, that actually got better because the stats fit together. It's not a great rune, but the stats fit together. That was 3. I actually like this side more. Even though this has speed, we can gem 10 speed in here and then all the other stats work together. So for the 2 speed difference, the left side was better when we're doing Swift. That's 4. This is the last one we're gonna do on this rune. Okay, we'll take that. 17 speed with crit damage and flat attack. You just gem the crit rate in here over the HP. That'll work. This looks nearly identical to my event rune. Like, not even gonna lie, this looks like my freaking event rune does. Kind of sad. Like, when you get this off a re-up, that's a win. When you get this off an event rune, that is not a win. That's my event rune, guys. That's actually my event. Wait, no, that one's not the event rune. That's my event rune. That's my event rune right there. It legit looks basically the same thing. 7 crit rate, 7 crit damage. This is actually a max speed because I landed nothing. So that's my event rune, and that looks like the re-app we just got for you. I've dodged speed on every event rune except one ever. And the only one I ever landed speed on was 4 speed. Yeah, I might have the I have some, not the, I have some of the saddest event runes in the game for sure. Just never gonna happen. Yeah, I would hope you're not quadded. I would hope you're not complaining about that, bro. Okay, this is another rune that could be useful. What is this trash? What is this trash? I mean, we take it, obviously. 25 speed. I wonder if that's like, where does that stand in the hierarchy of your Swift runes? Yeah, it's your fastest Swift rune. It's your fastest Swift rune now, and it literally has nothing. All right, well. I mean, that's your fastest rune, right? There's nowhere else to put that. Yeah, that's your fastest rune, so it gets this. To be fair, it's actually not like a bad Bastet rune. I mean, if we're talking about like attack bar boosters, right? It's not bad. Please land 5. Please land 5. Of course you can't land 5. But it's still your fastest rune. So I guess if we think about this in the context of it being a booster rune, we put HP percent here and that's it. Yeah. Yeah, we put HP percent here, and it's still a pretty solid booster rune. I mean, it's a weird rune, but it's a solid booster rune. So it is what it is. It's certainly not getting re-upped again. It's certainly not getting re-upped again. We know that. And yeah, I mean, it's not the worst. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. All right, next up we've got a Swift slot 2 speed that is actually a pretty nice target. And the best thing about this is that we are not speed chasing. So that's gonna be this one right here. What we're really chasing is crit rate, crit damage, and attack percent. We got one of the 3. If we get 2 of the 3, we can gem the other one on. Oh, accuracy. Crit rate, crit damage, attack percent, and accuracy. Those are the 4 that we want. All right, well, this is significantly better than it was, but Bro, congrats, Justin. I actually 30 started this month. I finally 30 started. It took me an eternity, but I finally got around to 30 starring it. The Chow level was the big headache, man. Chow, all the others, I think I beat every other level on my first or second try, but the Chow took me like 2 hours. Done. Done. Okay. Done. We got attack percent here too. That's actually really nice. That's actually really nice. Granted, it would have been nice if the HP was accuracy. That it would have been perfect if the HP was accuracy, but that is really nice. Made you an OP Poseidon out of this session. Alright, we got a slot 6 resistance. This one I'm not sure if we're gonna re-amp or not. I'm not gonna do either of those with no innate, so this would be the only one. I think if we re-up this, we're straight speed chasing. This is kind of a usable rune how it is. I don't want a speed chase, so we're gonna accept this one how it is. I mean, obviously, anytime you do Swift, you're speed chasing a little bit, but I want a rune that has another possible way so that it's not like speed or nothing. That rune is legitimately speed or nothing. We can't really upgrade it all that much because it already has 16 speed with some stats. So I think it's like, if I re-up that, we're just going to put all your re-ups in looking for speed or nothing. So we don't want to do that. Alright, we did those 2 crit damage runes. We're looking for 5 resonate. That's this one. This has crit rate with low attack and no speed, so this is actually not like a great rune right now. It's not a great rune after the re-up either. That's kind of interesting, bro. This is it's another Swift rune that's not super fast, but the stats on this for a crit damage rune, I could see this being like an OP Light Chun-Li or Swift Lucian type rune when you run them with 1 or 2 boosters, right? So, because Light Chun-Li, 120 base, and if you run her with like a 320 booster, she probably only needs to be around 260. Which means plus 140, and you're getting 30 of that from the set and 42 from the slot 2. So she needs plus 70 on 5 runes. That's like 18 speed a rune, right? But the 27 attack with the crit rate and everything, I feel like this is a pretty usable rune. I don't know if you have Light Chun-Li. That's just my example here, right? But so this obviously just gets a speed gem again. So it's another speed gem you need. But I think this is very, very keepable. And actually, you have plenty of legends here, so we'll stop. Yeah, that's quite solid. We've hit a lot of 27 to 29% attacks today. Alright, next up we have a Will 6 resistance rune. That's this one right here. This one's actually pretty solid. I don't think we need to mess with this. So oh yeah, 93% pre-grind. Yeah, we're not going to mess with that. And then the next 2 are like fully grinded. There's a Will 2 speed. Yeah, okay, so that's it. That's everything. That's every rune with innate on your account that is worth re-upping. So from here, we go back to the vial. Now we're going to go default grade, and we're going to do your... actually, first let's take a look for vial speed. Let's just see if there's anything that needs a re-up. This needs a re-up, yes. Yeah, I wish I could remember all the teams I used, Justin, because there were a couple of teams, like there were some guides online and I tried to use the guides, but there were a couple of levels where I found my own teams were better than the guides. Okay, this is better than it was for sure, because you could gem the crit rate into HP, and it's a pretty strong support. Yeah, I feel like actually we keep this as a support rune. Yeah, this is a really strong support rune because we don't need attack on. I actually like the flat attack in this stat mix. I like the flat attack in the stat mix. Yeah, look at that. That's a really solid support rune. That's a huge upgrade from where we were. All right, that's a solid rune. This needs a re-app, right? 25 HP with some accuracy. Yeah, this needs a re-app. Dude, jackpot! Jackpot! That's yeah, this gets legend. This gets legend all day long. Let me see. 1 max there, 2 there, 1 there. Yeah, jackpot rune right there. Why? Dude, just like unsubscribe to me if I keep using your gems. I want to make finished products. We have the gems and grinds, but man, these gems are just freaking brutal. Still, this the re-apps kind of make up for the gems, to be fair. Like the re-apps, honestly. Oh, all right, we'll stop there. This is like crap grinds, and the rune still looks like this. That's a freaking jackpot rune, and that's off no innate. Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, bro, if I have to choose between good re-apps or good gems and grinds, obviously I take the good re-apps all day long. This rune's quite solid. This rune is not a target because of the HP innate. This rune is solid, 21 crit rate. What up, Trendy? How you doing, bro? This rune I like, the 25 crit damage. I probably changed the crit rate to attack, but on the Veligil it makes sense where it's at. So that rune's solid. 20 accuracy, double grindable. 20 accuracy, double grindable. So we get HP attack, but there's no innate here. I feel like we probably leave this one alone. I think we leave this alone. All right, this is this rune's ugly. This is a hot mess. The crit damage attack mix is nice, but you're so close to being a great re-app. It's still better. It's still a better rune, but it was so close to being a great rune. Okay, now this is actually a keeper. So here you're just gonna gem the attack percent over the HP. Obviously, it has some limited usage. We'll save that. It's the last one. But you gem the attack percentage over the HP. It has limited usage, but it does have usage. This is an OP Perna Julienne style rune, right? Theamars. Actually, Theamars would love this rune, stuff like that. I actually have noticed that, Vlad. I don't know what causes it, but I have noticed it. This is a usable rune. You gem the attack percent in. Not a great rune, but since it has no innate, I feel like if we re-apped into this, we would probably take it, right? So if we would take it when we re-apped into it, then we probably shouldn't be re-apping it again. Obviously 21 speed, we're gonna keep that. Why did this rune not come up? Did we look at this rune before and decide to keep it? Or is this not... I feel like this is not a keeper. 1 here, 2 here with the flat. It's just the attack flat, actually. This just needs to have speed gemmed in. It's a solid Bio 6 rune. Trendy, that can happen for a few reasons, but the one that happens to me on occasion is if your router resets or reboots, then the IP of your computer changes and you need to update the configuration on the proxy. So that happens to me sometimes where my PC, I fixed it by giving my PC a static IP in my router. But if your PC does not have a static IP in your router and your router reboots or your power goes out, stuff like that, you wind up with a different IP address. And when you log in, you're not actually connecting to the proxy. Yeah, Ciara doesn't really need the crit damage, and she does need some defense. She also needs speed, because the rune has no speed. So no, I don't think this would work for Ciara. I mean, maybe for an arena offense Ciara, but... maybe for an arena offense Ciara, but then she doesn't need the HP. So no, I don't see this as a Ciara rune. I honestly don't. But I think it's fine. I think if you gem in the HP, it's fine. It's got the crit rate. The big HP here, like, it's sorry, if you gem in the speed, I don't know, man. So we're 1 roll here, near 2 max here. I feel like this is fine. Yeah, just gem in the speed and this rune is fine. I think we'd be stretching if we re-up that. Now this one, on the other hand, this is definitely a re-up target. That's a slight upgrade. How would I fix it? I'm logging into the game on my phone. So Trendy, on your... I've never done the phone configuration, bro, so I actually don't know. Because in order to do it from your phone, you have to root your phone. So I've never done that. What I would suggest, bro, go into Xandro's Discord. If you don't have a link to it, just message me in Discord and I'll invite you there. But in Xandro's Discord, you'll get better information on this than I can give you. All wrong. All wrong. All wrong. Speed, crit rate, nothing. Speed, crit rate, nothing. Thank you so much, Calm to Us, for teasing us and then failing. But with no innate, I think we just gem the defense percent over... Yeah, in this one, like the accuracy play is to gem it over res, but I think the synergy play is to just put defense percent over flat attack. And we just use it on like an HP bruiser. So yeah, put the defense percent over the flat attack, keep the res. That's what I would do with that one. Okay, accuracy, res, speed, nothing. So this one doesn't synergize super great. That's pretty OP Diana rune right there. That's a pretty OP Diana re-up. I don't think we're done yet, but dude, this rune really wants 700 flat HP, doesn't it? Attack, crit rate, defense, gem in speed, losing a roll. Actually, here you gem the speed over the crit rate, and you keep the roll, don't you? Yeah, this is good. Gem the speed over the crit rate, and this is actually pretty good. I think we have 1 last speed gem, right? Yeah, we have 2 last, okay. Yeah, this is pretty solid. Oh, and we actually got one to land, guys. We actually got one to land. Actually, to be fair, the purple speed gems have actually landed really well. It was all the legends that were rips, but I feel like we've gotten 5 or 6 max rolls off the purple gems. It's just the legends that have been rips. Yeah, this is actually a really strong, even like a Triana style rune right here. I think this is a really strong support style rune right here. Great for like a Triana who benefits a little from the attack. I would have Nemesis low on the list. It's not non-existent, but it's pretty low because the reality is like 6 or 8 really good Nemesis runes on your account probably covers most of your needs. Of course, you want those runes to be really good, but once you have like the 6 or 8 really good ones, then it becomes like it becomes the bottom of the list of useful runes. So like it would basically, right now it'd be Violent, and then Will still plays a role. The only reason I don't have Will high on most people's lists is because most of us have been farming and re-apping Will for years, and we have tons of it. But don't get me wrong, Will and Destroy are the 2nd and 3rd most important sets. It's just that most of us are strong in Will and weak in Destroy. So assuming you're strong in Will, it would be like Violent, Destroy, Despair, and then kind of like, then probably Swift. So like Violent, Destroy, Despair, Swift would be the top ones in that order. And then after that, just a little bit of Revenge, followed by a little bit of Nemesis, followed by a little bit of Shield. Fight runes only if you worry about PvE stuff, and then everything else has less value. Rage runes also, if you worry about PvE stuff, then Rage runes would be probably just above or just with Fight runes at the bottom of the stuff that should be re-upped. Alright, Bio's 6 attack, largely no stats. I think we can hit this once or twice. I mean, it's got good rolls, but it just doesn't synergize super well, right? The crit rate is nice, but this side is so much more efficient, and this side is so missing stats. I think we stay left. And we're only going to do 3. On anything that has no innate, we only do 3. So we'll just leave this one where it's at. Not a super great rune, but we'll leave it where it's at. This is potentially quad grindable, so that one's fine. This one, I feel like we actually did that one earlier. This 21 crit rate, wow, this rune hurts, bro. This rune legitimately hurts, but you got to keep it. Gem the speed in, and it's gonna land somewhere at some point. This rune, you just gem the speed over defense percent, over flat defense, excuse me. I don't think it's our best target, so we keep it. This one's obviously nice. This is quad grindable. The HP works. I think you keep this because no innate on the resistance makes that kind of tough, so we keep that. Okay, that's a great rune. That's a great rune. This. Regem the speed. It's got good synergy. The defense, if this was HP, it would be so much better, but it's got good synergy. Just regem the speed. Yeah. This one we did earlier. This one we did earlier. This 28 speed rune, obviously, keeping. This is not terrible, but it's not great. And crit rate runes, again, crit rate is so. The quality of your crit rate runes makes a huge difference for violent in RTA. There it is! Okay, that's a clear upgrade right now. So we lose 6 HP, but big boost on the speed. You can change the accuracy here. I know you lose a roll, but you change the accuracy. This is quad grindable, and you gain the roll back, right? So we can have 9 accuracy, or we can have 16 attack. Obviously, the 16 attack just has more value there, or 15 attack. 15 attack has more value there, but this is actually pretty much a beast. So, and of course, all of those can be regrinded, but even without the regrinds, that's a massive step up from where we were. So it sucks that we had to gem out one roll, but it's still a very efficient 18 speed crit rate rune, which is like, I mean, that's the meta. Let's see, so we're at the Masha, that's a 28 speed rune, that's obviously super solid. Trendy, your other question, where do we put attack percent runes in the priority list? I feel like you want to have 3 really good slot 4 attack runes in each of Violent Will, Despair, and Destroy. Maybe not 3 in Despair, probably 1 Despair. Like 3 each, and this is just, I don't have a science to this is just kind of like my feeling. But 3 really good ones each from like Violent Will and Destroy. Maybe a 4th if you happen to have like a couple of Kinkies or something, but attack percent runes are really good for Kinkies, Dominic. Excuse me, slot 4 attack percent runes, good for Kinkies, Kakis, Sukis, Fukis, Dominic, if you happen to summon an Ongi Uki. So they play more of a role in the game. And since most of us like have not kept or farmed them forever, we're weak on them. You can also use attack percent with a CR that's getting crit rate through subs. You can use it for bombers. So there's a role for them. I don't completely disregard them, but I think there's a limit to how many you need. You know, 3, 4, 5, somewhere in there. Bro, TARDIS, I actually think that's probably the way to go. So speaking of attacks, we did this one earlier. We put 5 or 6 into it, and I said we'd come back to it. Well, that's not terrible for Dominic, but not great. Like, you could gem the crit damage into speed. It's better than it was. Huh. Want 12 crit rate, gemming out 2 rolls. We want 21 crit rate, because the 21 crit rate's not really usable. Actually, I think we want the right side. This has been I think this was literally... Alright, I give up. We will take crit rate. If you insist, we will take crit rate. 23 is kind of like a tipping point. I think now we take it. I'm not sure if that's I think that's actually a quad. It's like a super low quad, but we'll take it. We'll take it. We'll accept it. It's not ideal, but it's used too many re-ups already. So it's a potentially usable route. This rune really doesn't make sense. Crit rate, crit damage, slot 4 HP are such limited usage. So TARDIS, I don't like turn 1 playstyle. My Swifts are good enough for arena offense. It's the only place I use them. So I've literally never farmed a single run on for Ancient Swifts. Like I don't farm basically really Giants or Ancient Swift. I don't farm either of them, unfortunately. So I don't have a team for it. But if Ace is on stream right now. I don't know if Ace is still here, but I think he has a video on Zachary, and if not, he can probably give you a team in chat. I do Lumel, Andrew, because I think the Destroy has more value. But there is a little bit of an investment thing. Like, if you have a lot of really good Despair, wait, no, Lumel has Despair. Wait. Which one is it? There's one in Alunia. No, I think it's Despair in Alunia, right? Yeah, if you have a lot of really good Ancient Despair and you need the gems and grinds, then you're kind of committed. Because once you move away, you're not going to get the gems and grinds. So if your Despair is mostly caught up on gems and grinds, like there's no amazing room waiting for you, then you could move to Lumel. It's faster runs, for one thing. Like the dungeon times are much faster. And then you get the Destroy runes, but kind of just depends on your need. You got a 37 speed Despair. 33, nice, bro. This is Legend? I'm sorted by default grade. How is it possible for this to be Legend? It's not rolled, is it? It's not rolled, right? Oh, it's not rolled. Okay. I was like, that's literally impossible. Bro, that's insane, TARDIS. That is seriously insane. Huge congrats, man. I was like trying to do the math, and I was like, it could be one roll into resistance, and there's nowhere else the roll could be. Yeah, you actually do have a good ancient target. So this will be the final. This will. I mean, unless we get lucky, and it's a one and done. The last three apps will probably go here, and then we can do some of the ancient. We did so many freaking runes today, man. It's pretty insane. Like this was one of the more insane sessions. There was no like quad roll. There was two quad rolls, both attack percent, both low, and there was actually a quad crit rate roll, but also super low. So there were three quad rolls, all super low. But just the volume of runes that we did was absolutely insane. Okay, that's kind of a one and done. Because honestly, the stats make sense. You just gem this resistance out, gem the resistance out for HP, and this is a solid one and done, man. This is actually much better than the one we just kept. This is actually much better than the one we just kept, so that's real solid. Okay, so that's it for the fours. We did the slot 2 speeds already, so let's go threes. For stuff, okay, so that's just, maybe don't need to sell that, that's not good. That's solid. That one's solid. Is this actually better? It has speed, but it's not actually better. It has the same issue. It's only double grindable. This is missing rolls. As much as, I mean, 14 speed's not like fast enough to be like, we'll keep it as an empty speed rune. So this is better. We got 1 into crit rate. It's a double into crit damage, 1 into defense. But here you can regem the speed. This one fits together a little better. I don't know, actually. I don't know. Here you get to gem in the speed, right? So either way, you're gemming speed. So do we want 21 defense, 5 HP with crit rate? Basically, we're trading 12 HP and 8 defense for 14 crit damage. So we're trading 20 stats for something that you can get out of an artifact. So no, this side is actually better. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I did not take advantage of the artifacts. It was so time consuming to roll for them. And then I knew that like whatever I pulled could just roll bad. So I'm not gonna lie, I took like pretty mediocre artifacts. They rolled really bad and that's all on me. It was just, I left like 200,000 plus points on the event and took mediocre artifacts. But it was just the amount of time they took to roll the artifacts. It was just so draining. I felt like in that amount of time, I could just farm better artifacts than I was likely to get out of the event, because artifacts are more about how they roll. But it's not what I would recommend for people. Obviously, for most people, they should have been optimizing. And for me, I should have been optimizing. Like, it's not a for most people thing. I should have done better with them. I just didn't. Like I said, not gonna lie on that. Okay, actually, maybe we don't have a re-up target. The one I forgot to sort by legend. So the one I just looked up was, oh no, here we go. No, but see, that's Nemesis. I don't want to do that. Oh, here we go. Okay, we do have one re-up target. How many re-ups do we have? This is actually a nice target. We got 33, so then this is worth investing into. This is worth investing into. Okay, we're done. That's all we needed. That works. Do you have it? Oh, and we've got the goodies. Okay. The thing is, I don't know if you're going to want resistance or accuracy on this because it depends on where it goes. But bro, that was pretty sick for a one and done. That was really sick for a one and done, and you had all the goodies for it. Dude, finally got this. See, these you cannot refarm, and these actually landed. Thank you, Com2us. Alright, bro, I don't know how you value your slot 2, so you tell me, purple or legend, because I also don't know if you have more legends waiting, and I can't refilter easily in swap. Or do you want me to just wait? I'll let you grind this one. I'll let you grind this one. Dude, that one's freaking insane, bro. That rune is insane. And then the best part, or one of the best parts, is you can change this to whatever you want. Like, you can do crit rate, you can do resistance, accuracy. Okay, he says do a purple, yeah. That's honestly probably what I would do too for a slot 2. Alright, 22. Yeah, 22. Yeah, and I don't think I would gem this until I saw where it lands. The legend accuracy may make the most sense, but this could be on a Riley or a Lulu that would want resistance. It could be in so many different places. That's probably the best re-up of the day. Like, I actually think that's the best re-up of the day. The efficiency on this thing is so insane. Let's just see, what is the efficiency on this? Alright, so this is now 22 speed, 20 defense, 25 attack, and let's just pretend you put in 11 accuracy. 117%. That's 117% efficiency. Alright. So, Nemesis, there's a destroy 4 crit rate. That's actually a really solid one as well. Oh, no it's not. Never mind. No, this is actually a keeper. You just need to put speed here. You haven't started farming Lumelia, but that's a keeper. Okay, there's a will 3, resistance innate. That's the one you're talking about. I saw it just come next on the list. That's this one here, and yeah, this is a pretty premium target. That's actually really nice. Especially if you happen to have the gem. Don't have the gem. Don't have the gem. But this is really nice. Tyrannus, Tyrannus, Veligul. Because you gem in the HP, so there's no wasted rolls here. Efficiency off the charts. I think this is honestly just a keep. I mean, if we re-app this again, we're speed chasing. You're not going to get anything more efficient than this. So if we re-app that again, we're speed chasing, which is not really where we want to be with your ancient re-apps, I don't think. I don't know how important speed is to you. And then from there, all of your other ancient re-apps, or excuse me, all of your other ancient runes that could be possible targets are well over 100%. So like 109%. So I think that's it for the ancients right now. That's probably where I would sit. Yeah, that rune works on a lot of monsters. That's another one that was just crazy efficient. Once you get the HP gem, obviously not having the HP gem, but once you get the HP gem, that rune's just crazy efficient. So there we go, bro. There we go. That is your re-app session. Let's turn this one off. Yeah, turn this one off. We're gonna log out. Bro, huge congrats, man. You have no idea. I'm so glad that session worked out. With like the scheduling issues and everything else, now I can be like, okay, I don't like meant to be. I don't believe in like fate destiny type stuff, but it definitely worked out. That was the key there. It really worked out. So very glad that worked out. All right, we're gonna wrap up with, I guess, 1 or 2 more wings, and then we'll wrap up from there. Where's my Verd? Like, I'm missing Verd. Like, I'm not seeing him, and I'm gonna time out. Crap. Oh, he's here. He's here. What up, Ace? How you doing, man? Kraz, yeah, we literally just finished. Literally just finished. Anybody see Magnum? There he is. We actually had three quads. They were all really low quads. Yeah, Laurel, I can actually do 5 OG girls. I can actually do 5 OG girls now. I don't think it would be a good draft. Obviously, Laura's crap. Thank you for the grats. Yeah, I just pulled Nikki 2 days ago. All right. Is the ban here Leo, or is it Lucifer? I think it's Lucifer, right? Yeah, it should be Lucifer. No on Tara's turn. Alright, there we go. I think I luck sacked this, I'm not gonna lie. I think I luck sacked this. I don't think I drafted correctly. Or I don't think I banned correctly. I kinda got distracted, and I got a little bit lucky there. I mean, I don't think it was a terrible draft, but I don't think it was a good draft. G1 is honestly fairly diversified, but what you see the most of right now is just various different LD teams. There's been a lot of account sales. This is what I believe. I don't know this is a fact, but I believe there's been a lot of account sales. I don't actually buy into the whole the game's dead thing. Like, when you look at the play data, there's still pretty much the same amount of people playing the game, right? But top-end players who have played for 5, 6, 7, 8 years have sold their accounts, and then a lot of middle people. There's millions and millions of people who have played this game over time. I don't think I have a win condition here. I don't think I have a win condition here. So I have to ban Gianna. Yeah, I think I lose this. So that's exactly it. Like Gianna Ragdoll, right? Nah, Tetra wouldn't do anything there. Tetra wouldn't do anything there. She can be used, but she's mostly more effective against Volantis, which is my LD, than she is against Gianna. So if I provoke the Shizuka, I have a chance. If I don't, I lose. And I didn't, so I lose. And that's pretty much what that came down to. I had to either provoke or stun the Shizuka, or I had no chance. So now it's pretty much over. He has no sustain, right? I guess we can just do some damage here. Yeah, the Shizuka proccing twice did not do me any favors either. And for freaking Oliver landing on the Masha, like everything landing, me not landing. Yeah, so. I think he's one turn away. He's one turn away. No, he's got it back again already. Yeah. He very much, he got all the RNG there though. Like literally two procs on the Shizuka to turn cycle a 6-turn cooldown. And then the Volantis missing. So this wasn't like a terrible draft. I had a small chance. I had more than a small chance. Honestly, I probably was 50-50. I probably was 50-50. But yeah, as far as what do you see in Guardian right now, it's just gonna be all of, so the thing is, I said for a long time that Summoner's War was pay to play, and it was. But with the rune packs and stuff that they've been introducing, it's shifting more towards pay to win. It's not 100% pay to win, but it is shifting in that direction, shifting quickly in that direction. And so what happens is, I believe, people are buying accounts that had good LDs and had no runes or artifacts, and they're buying those accounts and then they're buying the runes to support them, which is something that you were not able to do in the past, but you now can do. And that changes things a lot. So now when you're fighting in the top 1,000, like every match is multiple LDs. And usually it's the premium ones. It's not like people trying to make their LDs work, like me. And I've got a lot of LDs now, but I don't have any of the top ones. So all these matches are like me trying to make my LDs work. And I've got more LDs maybe than the other person, but the other person has better LDs. Douglas is not good against Masha. He is good against Diana, and he's not great against Dominic. He can be used, but he's not great. Premium Pack 2 has value, Ace, but it's gonna depend a lot on, so when you say like, is Premium Pack 2 worth it? It depends a lot, first of all, on your budget, but second, also on like what other packs you have available. So big thing is when I say your budget, like there's so many packs right now that are better than Premium Pack 2. Well, let's do this, actually. Like even just the event packs that just came out, stuff like that, are all gonna be better. All he can do is shield. Dude, he just got, did he get lucky? I felt like it was the Abellio procs. He got lucky on the Abellio procs, and I had no procs. So that was pretty much it right there. I don't think he had a bad draft, but I do think he got lucky on the procs. Because he shouldn't have really been able to take the bird down that quick. LD, oh, for 1300. Okay, so that also goes all the way back to your budget. If you have extra crystals, then it can be worth it, but only if you have extra crystals. You should never be diverting crystals away from farming to buy that pack. Farming still, like if you have farming still is the most important thing. Devin, so getting Bulwark out of stuns is huge, but also if Bulwark does an S3 and leaves the opponent with 1 HP and then kills that opponent, that's an auto win. What up, Marsh? How you doing, man? Yeah, but just keep in mind, you're talking about one LD scroll. It's 300 to 1 to pull an LD. And then from there, it's another 30 to 1 to pull a decent LD. Defense buff, huh? Can her buff kill me here? Yes, it can. Interesting. How much damage did he do there? I think Beelzebub and Triana were both better picks than Julian. Julian was the wrong pick there, and I knew that at the time. That's just me being distracted on stream, but even so, how much damage did that Tesher do? 30k damage by the Tesher. 30k, because he one-shot my freaking Volantis. I would never have expected Tesher could do that much damage. I would never have expected Tesher could one-shot my Volantis through immunity. I would not have considered that a possibility. Wow. No, Lucifer is massive damage. Yeah, I know he's high as base attack, but there's still no setup there. Especially because it has to be run. It has to be run fast in case you ban the Leo. So he still has to be run fast there. I like Bulwark as an option here. Yeah, Devin, I still wouldn't have expected, because remember, that was 30k on the first hit, so he did like 40k to the Volantis. I still wouldn't have expected that much damage. Yeah, it's 2 accuracy check starters, 1 to strip and then 1 to reset. Fermian's useful, but mostly for siege. resistance, and that's GG. No choice. I have to try. It's a miracle. I actually got it. But it's still GG. As soon as that Masha resisted, it was over. I lost that draft. Don't get me wrong. I lost that draft. I was most likely going to lose that either way. But as soon as the Masha resisted, it went from like 70-30 to 100% against me. For offense, I actually think, for Siege offense, I actually think Fermion is really strong. I don't have him, so you could, you know, there's certainly a case to be made that, you know, my lack of experience with him is skewing my perceptions. But I feel like he's really strong, because if you look at, I just look at, like, how useful monsters like Veligil and Fang are, and Fermion is theoretically stronger than them. Yaba, I think Emma is super essential for Tartarus Auto. Hey Michael, have a good one, bro. We'll see you in 3 weeks. Well, hopefully we'll see you before then, but we'll see you in 3 weeks. Devin, I think he does a ton of damage. So I've had Fermions hit me for 30, 40k before. I think there may be an issue of how you're runing him then, perhaps? Because, yeah, I've had them hit me super freaking hard. But you usually need a, that's partly when he's run with a defense buff. So keep that in mind. Defense lead, defense buff, that makes a huge difference. Well, there you go. Vela hits like an absolute truck, bro. Yeah, but he's not a single target nuker specifically. Yeah, but you can't compare him to Tesher because their kits are very different. Yeah, the way that draft went, Shizuka would have caused me too many problems. So you wouldn't bring him as a single target nuker. You would bring him when you're not confident that you can survive, like if we're talking about guild offense, right? So you would not bring him as a single target nuker. You would bring him when you're not confident about surviving the opponent's turn 1 barrage. You would bring him in a turn 2 team. he just got the heal. No, he's got, if he procs, he gets the heal. If he procs, I lose. Okay. There we go. Well, I mean, you compared him to Velajul. Velajul can't solo if the other monsters die. Okay, so in this match, the reason Shizuka first, because I was a little distracted, the reason Shizuka first is because I did not have immunity. So if I let the Shizuka through, then he gets the brand from Dominic, he gets the heal block from Dominic, he gets the slows and the stuns from Karnal on a cycle with the Shizuka. Not to mention he can still bring the Dominic back, which Dominic's passive doesn't activate on Shizuka's revive, but you know, let's say my secondary option here would be to target the, so like my first choice, for me my first choice here is Shizuka because I don't want her cycling all those debuffs from the Karnal. But my second choice would have to be the Karnal. So if I went for the Karnal, let's say, then Shizuka doesn't get to cycle the Karnal stuff, but she does get to cycle the Abelio stun, and she also gets to cycle my Julian stun, and she gets to cycle my defense break on the Masha. So what I'm actually looking at in this match is the longer the match goes with Julianne alive, the higher my odds are to win. If I take the Shizuka out, it gives me the best chance of making it a longer match, which actually plays in my favor, even though it looks a little sketch at first. And there's no guarantee that I'm going to win that way, but this was just my thought process. By taking the Shizuka out, I take away his ability to debuff me, which makes it a longer match. And if it's a longer match, then my Julianne gets progressively stronger and can ultimately win for me at the end. If I take out the Karnal, then I run that risk of the Shizuka just completely controlling me between the Abelio stuns or the Julianne stuns coming back at me, plus the Dominic and all that stuff. Plus, if I take out the Karnal, Shizuka just revives Karnal for his S3 anyway. So in that case, the Shizuka has to be the first target for me because she can just enable everything else. She makes the fight shorter. And as soon as that becomes a shorter fight, my Julianne's not going to be able to win it for me at the end. That's my thought process there anyway. So Juno, yeah, it was actually a pretty insane re-app session. And so that's it, guys. I'm actually out of wings. That's why I should never do wings on stream. We dropped 30 points, but that's fine. This is still very early season. Still testing a lot of stuff too. Even off stream, I'm testing stuff within a climate drop. So. But that's it for today's stream, guys. So as always, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me on stream. Vlad, maybe if you win a drawing, bro, but I am actually gonna go get something to eat. So that's it, guys. Have a good night. We'll catch up.